All right, so welcome, Elaine, to the Zoom room. So yeah, we'll just have a little look at our lesson for today, and quote, and then we'll dive into the lesson. So let me just get the live stream going. I'll share my screen. Okay, so how much time do you have tonight? Just so I know.
Well, I've got an hour now, and then I'm just going to have a little bit of tea time, and then I can come back half an hour later. So I suppose it depends on who's joining the group.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
So hopefully when I get my half-hour break, I can listen in.
Yeah, we'll see if there's anyone else.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a look. See at today's email. So there's the quote for today. If you can read that kindly.
The pursuit of truth and beauty is a sphere of activity.
Hang on, start again. I'm just going to record this. Yeah, there we go. Start again.
The pursuit of truth and beauty is a sphere of activity in which we permitted to remain children. Oh, I didn't see that. Should I read it again?
Yeah.
The pursuit of truth and beauty is a sphere of activity in which we are permitted to remain children all our lives. Albert Einstein.
Yeah, nice. Nice quote from a scientist. But he became more of a philosopher.
Yeah.
In his latter years, and started, saying things like this, which doesn't have a lot to do with science, but more to do with philosophy and understanding the deeper, presence and mind. And so I heard him saying, well, in his last 25 years, his life, he went to Princeton University in the US, and largely he didn't do anything new and groundbreaking. He'd done that in the previous 25 years of his career. So they were like, well, what happened? But actually what happened was he started to go much more into the mystical and into, these kinds of ideas, truth, beauty, love, and contemplate the deeper meaning that's beyond science. It's beyond scientific equations. And his mission was to find the grand unified theory, which was his attempt to bring oneness and reconcile oneness with the world of separation, the world of form. And of course he failed. He couldn't find it, because you'll never find perfect oneness in the world is made out of the idea of projection of the separation, the projection of separation. There is no grand, the grand unified theory is perfect oneness, that only perfect oneness is true and everything else is not true. That's the only grand unified theory. You won't find one within the construct of the illusion, which is what he was trying to do. But his mind was starting to contemplate these kinds of ideas: truth, beauty, innocence. It's only through a sense of childlike innocence and wonder that we find truth and beauty. It's really what the quote's saying. By contrast, when we think we know what truth is, we block the real truth and beauty that inevitably accompanies it from arising in our awareness, and we cling to an illusion that we think is the truth. The lie that runs deep in our subconscious mind keeps poisoning our psyche and bringing ugliness into our seeming, quote, reality. Because what's false must make ugliness. So that's a key point. If it's false, it will always be ugly. It's even if it seems to be pretty and beautiful, that will be a thin veneer, will cover ugliness. And what is true creates beauty. So those are, simple fundamental truths and principles in our lives, which we need to acknowledge and honor. Realize that this actually is always the case. So then the illusions of the ego, don't fool us. It's actually just all ugly underneath the prettiness. There's this. If you believe in form, then there's an ugliness to all form because no form will last. It holds out the promise of something and then it fails you because it's not going to last. Everything decays and dies. Whereas what is true is eternal and creates beauty with a capital B. So beauty is referring to more than physical beauty. More than a beautiful sunset or a beautiful kitten or a beautiful person. Refers to an inner beauty, right? The beauty of the eternal, the pure formless awareness of perfect love, the mind that only knows peace and joy and love. That is beautiful. So how do I escape the psychic prison which all the lies I've believed have trapped me, you may well ask. Today's quote and the mind training lesson hold the key to the door of the prison which you've imprisoned yourself. Why is that, you may ask again? Because if you think you know what the truth is, you won't ever question the seeming reality of this world or your perceptions of it in the certainty that you are right. So very, very important that we acknowledge that we don't know. But if I'm like a child, this innocent wondering, this curiosity, I'm questioning, I'm not pretending I know, and you'll continue to ask questions and be open to receiving true answers. So childlike innocence has been one of the essential characteristics of enlightened masters throughout the ages. They did not assume they knew the truth and kept questioning until they found the answer to the only question, which is, who am I? So, for example, in the Bible, Yeshua is recorded and Matthew saying, I'm going to read that one.
Truly I tell you, unless you change and become like a little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven.
So becoming like little children means becoming innocent, becoming open, becoming gentle. It's an openness and an expansiveness and an innocence. And we lose that in adulthood. Most people, calcify and they harden that. And they lose that innocent childlike wonder. And they think they know. Now I've got the answers. I've now grown up. I know how the world works. Because I've had my education, worldly education, and I think I understand the world. And Yeshua is telling us, no, you understand nothing. Go back to being like a little child. Even says sometimes in the text, little child. We don't understand. Our entire thought system is false. So everything we think we understand, we don't understand at all. We need to really go back to square one and just recognize that we don't know, and then we open to learn. You see, that's the key thing. A rebirth can only come if you're open to learn. Say, no, I don't know already. And with most people, as they get older, it's a closed shop, isn't it? They think they know.
Mm.
They think they understand who they are and what life is about, and there's no openness then for anything new to enter. So their mind is closed off to the truth and to a teaching like this that says, well, maybe you don't know. Maybe, in fact, you have no idea what you're doing here. You have no idea who you are. You might be 70, 80 years old. You have no idea who you are. Still, no idea. And you see it. I see it in my parents. People don't know who they are, but they're in their 80s. So you've lived an entire life in an illusion, not knowing who you are. Quite extraordinary, really. But this is how many people live their lives. And then, if you don't know who you are, old age isn't kind. Because you think that the little self that you made is now getting very old and is heading towards death, and it's all a bit depressing. Because how do you deal with it? If you think you're a body, you think you're a individual person, a human being living in a body, how do you deal with aging and the certainty that you're going to die? Well, not very well, do you?
No.
It's not easy. It's not an easy thought to have. So most people just try and distract themselves. They don't think about it. I'll just busy myself with other stuff. It takes a rare mind to say, even if I'm in advanced years, you're 60 odd, but become like a little child again, like open to learning, like you were in your first 10 years of life, open to learning from scratch, saying, okay, I really don't understand anything. So I'm open to learning an entirely new thought system, a new way of living. That's what it means to be reborn. It's like a second childhood. You're reborn into the wisdom of the Holy Spirit and its thought system, its perceptions, which are completely different from everything you've learned up to that point.
Yeah.
And that's what this program is about. So another example of the wisdom of children comes from fairy tales. So Hans Christian Andersen, a well-known storyteller. Do you know the story of the Emperor's New Clothes?
No. No.
It's quite a well-known one. So the story goes that there was a very vain emperor. He liked clothes, and so these two swindlers decided they were going to masquerade as tailors, and they were going to tell the emperor that the clothes that they wove were so fine that they couldn't be seen. And he was so vain that he believed them. And no one had the courage to point out the truth, except the child. The emperor was parading in no clothes in streets, saying, "Look at my fine clothes." And then the child just said, "But the emperor has no clothes." And everyone said, "Yeah, actually, the emperor has no clothes."
No, I haven't seen that.
So it took a child, just the innocence and the just the straightforward, the couldn't actually be deceived. It just is what it is, because the child wasn't interested in protecting the ego's, the emperor's ego. And what if I say the wrong thing and the emperor might be upset with me? And then the child's like, well, just it is what it is. So just say it as it is. Point out the truth. So it's sort of this innocent mind, the ability to question, is all part of this childlike mindset. We look at spiritual teachers like Socrates, the ancient Greek teacher of Plato, who wrote the Allegory of the Cave, if you remember. We covered in a previous day's teaching. He was famous for asking his students probing questions. So he would just try and get to their underlying beliefs by asking questions. They'd ask a question and he'd answer with a question. So they'd say, well, what about this or why that? And he said, well, why are you asking? Well, who wants to know? Because those kinds of questions make the mind think, don't they? So actually that method of teaching through questioning came to be known as the Socratic method in honor of Socrates. So in fact, to refer back to the Allegory of the Cave, Socrates would never have escaped from the cave if he hadn't been willing to question the reality of the images he saw on the cave wall. So it requires a mind that's willing to say, well, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not just going to assume that these images are real like everyone else is assuming. I'm going to ask these questions. Einstein did the same. And when he came up with his theory of relativity, he started asking simple questions. He said, well, what if one could travel at the speed of light? What would happen then? And then he tried to imagine that. And then he had these visions that showed him the theory of relativity, and then he had to find the method. So, but it was a questioning mind. If you don't question, you would never ask that question. We go, well, why are you bothered with that? Don't ask the silly questions. We're never going to travel at the speed of light. So why even ask that question? So it's a curious mind that then becomes open to exploration and learning. So Socrates, because he was willing to ask the question, where are these coming from? Don't just accept them at face value. Where do these images come from? When everyone else just blindly accepted them as true, only then was he able to turn around and see that the images were being produced by puppet masters prancing around in front of a fire. A realization that then led him to escape the prison of the cave, to explore the true and beautiful reality of the world outside the cave. So it all started with questioning. And the cave obviously symbolizes our minds that are enslaved by the belief that the images we see on the screen of the world, right? So it's a 4-dimensional screen, 3 dimensions of space, and then you've got time, because the images have to be sequential in order to make any sense, seeming sense to us. So time, space, as Einstein called it, he coined the term time, space. He understood that it was really one thing. You couldn't separate time and space. They were two sides of the same coin. What he didn't necessarily realize was that time, space are unreal. Perhaps he started getting glimpses of that towards the end of his life. We don't know. He was still trying to make it real and come up with a grand unified theory that would explain time, space, or this physical universe. And he failed, because there is no grand unified theory in a projection of separation. You only see separation. It's based on the idea that we are separate, not that we are unified. So you won't find the grand unified theory in this world. You have to look beyond this world to find it. And that's what all the questioning of the spiritual masters leads them to. Awaken to the truth that there's something beyond this world, beyond this society. So they become an outlier in society. An outlier is someone, as Malcolm Gladwell says, who is on the fringe. They have a different thought system. They think differently. They perceive differently. They're not run-of-the-mill. The most interesting ideas and thoughts and activities come in the fringes, in the outliers, not in the masses. So it's always the outliers, people like Einstein and Socrates, so on, that have driven humanity forward, have caused us to ask questions, that most people don't ask and explore those answers, and not just take for granted, the pat answers. They question the existing wisdom. Say, well, is that really true? Just because some professor says it's true, university, or some so-called expert says it's true, doesn't necessarily make it true. Let me go and inquire for myself, which is how Einstein came up with the theory of relativity. So I'm like, well, all the so-called experts at the time weren't thinking that way. They seem to have a model of the universe. It's like, very right, there's atoms, and now the atom is the fundamental nature of reality. And they thought they kind of cracked it. And Newtonian physics was true, and then theory of relativity started to question all that. And then quantum mechanics came along 20 years later, less than 20 years later, and totally overturned the apple cart of Newtonian physics and said, no, this isn't true at all. In fact, it's an illusion. Objective reality, seemingly objective and outside of yourself, is illusion. Actually, there is no reality in the absence of observation. So if you're here now, Elaine, you're probably one of these outliers. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, as Malcolm Gladwell calls us. He wrote a book on it. Mm-hmm. He wrote a book called Outliers, I think, which is about exactly this phenomenon. Mm-hmm. You may have doubts about why you're questioning the reality of the images that we call the external world. You may even have had times when you wonder if you're going insane. Now, am I losing the plot here? Because I'm going way outside the normal range of what people consider normal in this world. Mm. But you're not. You're merely waking up from an insane dream, escaping from the prison of insane beliefs and resulting false perceptions that govern this world, as every spiritual master throughout history has done. So they start to awaken, and they realize that they're in the asylum. Everyone here is insane. And then, of course, in the asylum, those who wake up and say, hang on, guys, just as in the cave analogy, hang on, guys, this isn't reality, and everyone believes it is, and everyone thinks that the awakening ones are crazy, and they're sane. So the ego thinks it's sane, and the spirit is insane, and vice versa. They'll never agree. Each perceives the other as insane because each denies the other is true. So really, you're in the great company of masters like Yeshua and Socrates and Lao Tzu and the Buddha and all the spiritual legends of this world. Because this is what's happening for you. And know that just like they did, you cannot fail to escape the prison of this world. Because the source of what's causing you to question and try to escape from it is eternal and therefore unfailing. And so it's always there. That source, no matter how much you think you've denied it and continue to deny it, it's always there. You can't lose it. If you could lose it, you would lose your life. You would have no existence anymore. Well, that's clearly not possible. The mind continues after death. We just have an illusion of dying in the physical, but actually the mind is beyond the physical, is eternal. Otherwise, there would be no afterlife. There would be no near-death experiences. None of these things that have been recorded throughout human history would exist. So this is the message of today's workbook lesson, which would encourage you to keep going down this path in knowledge that you're succeeding in your quest to know the truth and ultimately will succeed in escaping this world entirely. And that brings us to the lesson. So yeah, any questions on any of that teaching?
It's very interesting.
Yeah, well, we can learn. The whole point of this time-space illusion is to learn from our experiences, and we can learn from others' experiences as well. We don't necessarily have to repeat the lessons of Socrates. You can study his life and study his principles and go, okay, I can learn something from that, because it's all available.
Yeah.
Einstein, you can learn from his insights. He's written them down. So we're very fortunate because we've got what writing, and you can record things. So it's not just your experience. You can also, learn from others, and you can then make it your experience. You can internalize and go, okay, well, that makes sense, and I can accept that. And then, that's how teaching and learning works. You learn from the teacher. You don't necessarily have to repeat the same lessons the teacher had to have to gain the knowledge. You can learn it more directly. So someone like Yeshua, is teaching us. We can learn from him. Say, yeah, okay, he's a master. He's awakened. He's escaped from the matrix. So, his thought system has helped him escape. Well, he's going to teach me how to think. And that's what I truly want. That's all I really want. Because that is what will help me escape from this world. Okay, so let's move on to today's lesson then. Right, so today's lesson is lesson 131. We're on to a very simple lesson. They all are, really. So if you want to read that, and then...
No one can fail who seeks to reach the truth.
Oh, so very simple message, but very powerful, saying we can't fail. And then, as usual, he's got some teaching where he goes into it more deeply and explores the idea. Okay, so if you want to read it in the alternative.
Yeah. Failure surrounds me while I seek for goals that cannot be achieved. I look for permanence in the impermanent, for love where there is none, for safety in the midst of danger and midst of danger and immortality, within the darkness of the dream of death. How could I succeed when contradiction is the setting of my searching and the state to which I come to find stability?
The limited awareness of the dream of death. The darkness is just limited awareness. And the dream of death is very limited. It's the shadow that underlies all life in this world, isn't it?
Mm.
That we know that nothing's going to last. So we kind of live in a well, if there's we think we can be happy in the dream of death, we live in a fool's paradise, don't we? So, well, you think, but that's not going to last, because sooner or later death's going to come in some form or another, and sooner or later you're going to die. And so how can this be then any recipe for eternal happiness? The eternal is permanent and never changes. Death means that everything will change here. Everything decays, fades away, and dies. So how can you rely on that then for any kind of permanent happiness? And the answer is you can't. Very simple, you can't. So if you accept that simple fact, then you see the world for what it is, and you don't try and make it into something it's not. And he's saying, you seek for goals that cannot be achieved. You're looking for permanence in the impermanence. for love where there is none, for safety in the midst of danger, immortality within the limited awareness of the dream of death. You will never find any of these things here because they don't exist here. What exists is the denial of them. Projections of the denial of them seem to exist. Okay, any other thoughts on it? You want to summarize paragraph 1 briefly?
Well, we're seeking goals that cannot be achieved here because we're looking for permanence in the impermanent, love where there is none, safety in the midst of danger, immortality within the limited awareness of the dream of death. How could we possibly succeed? It's a waste of time.
Yeah, if you're looking in the wrong place, how do you ever expect to find it? Let's say you're looking for some chocolate, just to give a worldly example, and you go into a hardware store and you look for chocolate. You're not going to find it there, are you?
No.
You're seeking in the wrong place. You need to go into the right place to look. I mean, it's seemingly obvious. But to the ego, it's not, because the ego thinks this is reality, and it thinks that it can satisfy itself in this reality, in its self-created home. And Yeshua's job is to dislodge that belief. All he's doing with these lessons is trying to get us to question the belief and ultimately let it go. Say, no, he's right. How can I expect safety here, any kind of permanence, any kind of lasting love, when everything dies sooner or later? So it's not eternal, therefore nothing here lasts. Well, if it doesn't last, is it really of any value? So you start asking these questions. And then he teaches us, he says, no, what is impermanent has no value whatsoever. The only thing that has value is what's permanent, what will last eternally. That's then real, by definition. The real is what's eternal, what's permanent, doesn't change. The unreal is what changes. You can't rely on it. If I look in this place where apparently the impermanent is, everywhere, death seems to govern it. Safety in the midst of danger. Looking for permanence in the impermanent. Love where there is none. Safety in the midst of danger. Immortality within the limits of awareness of the dream of death. How can I expect to find it there? None of that's true. How could I succeed in contradiction? Setting on my searching. State to which I come to find stability. So it's almost like, think of your confusion if you were at a crossroads and you had two guides, and the one guide said, follow me, this is the way, and that's leading the opposite direction from another path, and the other guide saying, no, that's completely wrong, that's going to lead you to rack and ruin. Follow me, this is going to be a lot better. So now you take one step or two steps with the one guide, and then the other one grabs you and pulls you and says, no, come this way. And the other one says, no, you're making the wrong choice here, don't listen to that guy, he's a liar. And the other guy says, no, he's a liar. Well, where you see the confusion? It's like, well, I don't know where to go then. I'm just going to be vacillating, and I'm not really moving from that crossroads. And so that's sort of the position of many people in this life, because they're actually confused, their minds are split. And so they're not making any spiritual progress. They're not actually going anywhere. They're just spinning their wheels in the illusion of duality, trying to make that work. Not realizing that you can't make it work. There's no reconciliation between the spirit and the ego. So you must make a clear-cut choice again and again. He tells us that, doesn't he? We must choose. Can't have both of these thought systems. Okay. So happy with number one?
Yes.
All right. So goals that are meaningless or not attained. You can read that in the alternative.
Meaningless goals are not attained. There is no way to reach them, for the means by which I strive for them are as meaningless as they are. Who can use such senseless means and hope through them to gain anything? Where can they lead? And what could they achieve that offers any hope of being real? Pursuit of the imagined leads to death, because it is the search for nothingness. And while I seek for life, I ask for death. I look for safety and security, while in my heart I pray for danger and protection for the little dream I made.
Okay, so what's he saying there in summary?
Well, we're just very confused. We want safety and security, but on the other hand, we want danger and protection for the little dreams. Just total confusion.
We think we're going to find some kind of safety here. The ego says, follow me, I'll make you safe. But this world is anything but safe. Things start going pear-shaped the moment you're born. And, in the end, you're going to die. So you're not, how can you be safe in a place where you're guaranteed to die? It's weird, isn't it? When you really look at the human condition,
It is.
what a strange, we just, we can accept this as normal because it seems to be so normal. This is the way of the world, what everyone's dealing with. Everyone is aging and everyone's going to die. But what a bizarre dream. Why do we have to die? And because we're born into it, we're born into this insane thought system, we think it's normal. Thinking, well, this is the way of the world. You're born, you grow up, there's a period of growth and where you get stronger and the world all seems to be, good and promising in our youth. And then that process all reverses. And then begins the inevitable decay and the slide towards death. And that's just how life goes. And yes, we're saying, is that really life? Has that got anything to do with eternal life? Was that just a parody of life? It says at some point, this is your miserable parody of life that you think is real, that leads to death. But how can life lead to death? It doesn't really make any sense at all when you really look at it, does it?
No, not at all.
The human condition and what goes on here, the dramas we experience, the pain, the suffering, and then eventually we die. All of it for nothing. So what was the point then? I think everyone's probably asked themselves that at some point, but most people don't dwell enough on the question. Because if you really dwell on that question, it will take you to awakening. What is the point? Maybe there's no point. That's the answer. Maybe there's no point. And that's quite a radical thought for most people. So they don't want to accept that. So no, there must be a point to it. God created it. I just don't know yet. I'll find the answer. Let me keep searching, keep seeking, and I'll make it make some sense one day. And eventually you've got to realize that it's futile. It never will make sense because it doesn't make sense. How can you make sense of an insane idea? It's not real or true. All you can do is perceive it for what it is and let it go, which is exactly what Yeshua's recommending we do.
Well, people believe in the recycling, don't they? Through their children, our line continues on through children, them having children. I think that's the way a lot of people think, don't they? They think that's how they live.
We think that's our purpose. Well, we've got to come here and we've got a big function is to procreate. Keep the whole game going.
The genes going, yeah. Keep our families and things, yeah.
So then there's another generation who caught up in a prison, and this has been going on for millions of years. One generation to another, and we keep creating new life, which then must come and be born and go through its experience and die, and we think that's life. And it really isn't life. It makes no sense at all. Whatever's changing is not life. Life is eternal. Life is pure formless awareness of perfect love. It doesn't change. That's the definition of life. Life is the essence of that pure formless awareness of perfect love. Everything here is just a miserable parody of life that in the end leads to death. As I said, pursuit of the imagined leads to death because it is a search for nothingness. So while I seem to seek for life, saying, "Oh no, I want life." Of course I want. Who wouldn't want life? Actually, I ask for death because I'm asking for my dream to be real. I'm asking for my separate self and the world it's made to be made real in my mind. So then I'm asking for death because the separate self and this world are the symptom of the imaginary, albeit, but in our mind this is real. The death of our true self, the death of love, the death of God. That was the first death, you see. We denied that, and then that seemed to have to die. And then the ego came over the top of what it seemed to die, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and said, "No, I'm in charge now, and I'll govern your life, and listen to me." Any other thoughts on this?
No, that's clear.
Well, in my heart, so people are self-deceptive. They say, "I want awakening, I want life," but actually they don't. What he's saying. If you believe in the false world and you believe in yourself as a separate self, then you're praying for danger and protection for the little dream you made. You're welcoming fear and danger into your mind. Unwittingly so, but that's how the ego works. And then the fear and the danger make the separate self you believed in seem to be real. Okay? Happy with number 2?
Yeah.
Number 3.
Yet searching is inevitable here. For this I came, and I will surely do the thing I came for. But the world cannot dictate the goal for which I search, unless I give it power to do so. Otherwise, I am still free to choose a goal that lies beyond this world and every worldly thought, and one that comes to me from an idea I relinquished, yet have now remembered, old yet new, an echo of a heritage forgotten, yet holding everything I really want.
Yeah, so he never leaves us in the illusion. He says, but there is another reality. There's another goal beyond this world. The truth remains. It's always been there, but I need to embrace it. I need to accept it as my goal. It's not going to help me very much if it's a theoretical, abstract idea. the truth is out there. Okay, but do you know it? Do you know it experientially as your truth? If you don't, then it's not going to help you very much. So what is he saying in number 3?
Well, searching is inevitable here, and we will surely do what we came for. But the world cannot dictate which I search unless I give it power to do so. We're still free to choose a goal that lies beyond the world and every worldly thought. So it's if we relinquish it now, and remember, it's an echo of the heritage forgotten. It's there, but it's just all been covered over and forgotten. So, and there is where we find everything we really want in our covered up heritage.
And holding everything I really want. Yeah. So, although we've forgotten it, it hasn't forgotten us. It's still there because it's eternal. And so we can always remember it if we choose to. And we can choose a goal that lies beyond this world and that frees us from this world. And that's always available. And it always has been available. You know, every moment of your life, every lifetime you've ever had, you've had that choice, but you haven't always taken it. You haven't always made that choice. You've chosen the ego over and over and over again, which is why we're still here. Still struggling to awaken from this insane thought system. Okay, so happy with number 3?
Yeah.
Number 4.
I am glad that I must search. I am glad as well to learn that I search for the state of pure formless awareness and must find the goal I really want. I cannot fail.
Heaven is the state of pure formless awareness, and then
find the goal I really want. I cannot fail to want this goal and reach it in the end. Perfect love's extension cannot seek vainly.
That's God's Son. Yeah? So translation would be from God's Son to perfect love's extension.
Oh, yeah. Cannot seek vainly, though I try to delay and deceive myself and think that I want to be a victim. When I am wrong, I find correction. When I wander off, I am led back to my appointed task.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
Well, we're glad to have this search to pure formless awareness, because this is the goal that we really want. And we can't fail to reach it in the end. So perfect love's extension can try to delay and deceive myself, and think that I want to be a victim. When I am wrong, I find correction. When I wander off, I am led to the appointed task of reaching perfect love's pure formless awareness.
That's quite comforting. You say, okay, well, yes, you're going to wander off and you're going to have these delays, you're going to vacillate, but you can always correct it. So it's continuous course correction that's happening. So you go off course, you start wandering into ego territory, you realize it, you come into your right mind, and you let it go. So no, I don't want to think those thoughts. I don't want to feel those feelings. So then I've corrected my mind. So I can never really be lost. The art of this is just don't wander off the path too much. Stay really tight on the spiritual path, because if you start wandering and then you carry on wandering, you start deviating more and more, and then you get lost. And then it's much harder to find your way back. So it's like a discipline. Reminds me of the Everest climbers. Apparently you have to stay so close on the path. Like, right, there's a path, you stay on the path, because if you take one step off the path, you could die. It's that simple. Literally. So stay focused, stay on the path. Not even one, okay, well, I'll just take a little wander and take a few steps this way, because you leave the path and it could be unstable ice. You could just suddenly fall through, and that's it. So really course correcting. I think the reason we do the spiritual practice, rigorous spiritual practice every day, is you course correcting all the time. Okay, I find I'm wandering off, my thoughts are wandering. Okay, stop it. Use the lesson, bring them back to sanity, bring my mind back to peace, moment by moment. I keep correcting. And so I'm training my mind to come back to its center, to its source. And when I wander off, I come back, and I know that I can always come back. And the more I do that, the more I train myself that I can do that. And then in the face of the temptations and distractions of the ego, I know that I can always do that. And that's really all spiritual mastery is. Just knowing that you can always come back to sanity, to who you really are, no matter what the temptations are, to deviate and get lost in the dream. Yeah, so number 5.
Yeah. I do not remain in victimhood, for no mind can abandon its source, nor affect its perfect, timeless, and unchanging love.
Okay, read this one, and there's a bit to translate here, so read in the original and then the alternative.
No one remains in hell, for no one can abandon his creator, nor affect his perfect, timeless, and unchanging love. I do not remain in victimhood, for no mind can abandon its source, nor affect its perfect, timeless, and unchanging love. 2, you will find heaven. I will experience the state of pure formless awareness. Everything you seek but this will fall away. Everything I seek except this will fall away. Excuse me. Yet not because it has been taken from me or you. It will go because you do not want it. You will reach the goal you really want as certainly as God created you in sinlessness. And I will reach the goal I really want as certainly, as pure formless awareness of perfect love extends me in innocence.
Wow. So what's he saying there? Summary.
Well, no, you cannot remain in victimhood and suffering whilst you are in the source, nor affect its perfect timelessness and unchanging love. This is when you will experience the state of pure formless awareness. Everything that you seek except this will fall away. So if we stay rooted on the path of pure formless awareness, because it will go, because you don't want the separate self, not the pure formless awareness.
If you keep choosing, choosing something else, then the alternative that you're choosing against will eventually fade away, won't it?
Yeah.
Because it's only there because you choose it. This is the way you undo the illusion of something else. You just deny it. No, this isn't there. It isn't there for me to choose. I let it just drop away. The more that I focus on pure formless awareness and perfect love, the more this world drops away. And the more I let it drop away and I consciously let go, the more the pure formless awareness of perfect love arises in my mind. So, the two go hand in glove. As I let go, the truth reveals itself. As it reveals itself, it helps me to let go more. And, so it goes. And that's the process of forgiveness or letting go that he's taking us on to awaken us. Okay, anything else in that paragraph?
Yep, that's clear.
Very clear cut, very straightforward. It's not a complicated message. You think, well, why do we study the same message over and over again? The same truth in every lesson, just stated slightly differently. Because we have so much resistance to it, because our entire identity and so-called reality is based on a lie. That's why. We're living that lie and we think that lie is the truth. Yeshua has to over and over tell us, no, this is how it really is. What you think is illusion. And that will not save you, because the illusion was made to imprison your mind in the belief in separation. Not to free you. Yeah, so we translate hell just as victimhood and suffering. We used to just call it victimhood, but I thought the suffering brings in the element of pain and suffering that inevitably come when you're in hell. So victimhood is the self-concept, the low self-concept that invites the suffering. The two go hand in glove. The more victimhood I experience, the more I suffer. The suffering tells me that I'm a victim, and so the self-concept gets strengthened. And that's how it works. Okay, so moving on then. And read that in the quite a bit to translate there. So read in the original sentence by sentence and then the alternative, please.
Why wait for heaven? Why am I waiting for the state of pure formless awareness? It is here today. Time is the great illusion. It is past or in the future. It's the same. Yet this cannot be. It is where God wills his Son to be. Yet this cannot be if it is where pure formless awareness of perfect love wills its extension to be. How could the will of God be in the past or yet to happen? How could pure formless awareness of perfect love be in the past or yet to happen? What he wills is now, without a past and a wholly futureless. What pure formless awareness of perfect love is aware of is now, without past or future. It is as far removed from time as is a tiny candle from a distant star, or what I have chosen in the past from what I really want.
They're telling us that these thought systems are incompatible. So I'll look at our timeline. So nothing in the past, all of the past situations, events, all of the conditioning that goes with that. So, well, this is how it happened in the past. So therefore, because it happened this way, I'm conditioned. I now have an expectation of how things should be, how things should play out in the future. And that conditioned mind is the essence of the ego, caught up in time, bound to rely on the past, to try and live its life, to try and understand the world and direct its thoughts and actions, and project the past into the future as its fears. And none of that makes any sense. So you're stuck on the timeline, but this awareness is still there, always. This pure formless awareness of perfect love is eternal. So it's always there, always been available. You just blocked it out. You denied it. And you rooted your attention onto the timeline, onto matters of this world, time and space. That makes sense from a diagrammatic point of view. So it's only ever now. There's no past, there's no future. In the holy instant, the holy aware moment, you experience this awareness right now. And it transcends all of this timeline, the past, the future, your story, your history, your future goals, expectations. All of that is transcended and eliminated in your mind, and you go back home. Back into the blue circle. Okay, so anything else you want to add to that?
No, it's quite clear. Yeah, it's basically being here now, and that's where we'll find heaven, pure formless awareness.
No, time is the great illusion, it is past. So we're looking for some kind of salvation, satisfaction here. The ego's searching, but never where it's going to find it, never in the moment, never in the now. It's looking in the past or in the future, which don't exist. So how can you find, the only thing that truly exists in what doesn't exist? In a delusion, you won't find it. Okay, so, and pretty clear, just saying, look, you can't reconcile these. This is as far removed from time as is a tiny candle from a distant star, to give us a sense of that perspective. Okay, totally different. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is so far removed from time. It's another world, another reality entirely. And don't try and reconcile them. What most spiritual teachings and teachers do is they try and bring this presence. They might acknowledge it, but they bring it into the world, and they try and then make the world real. Say, but this now is part of this world, and it's all, it was all designed that way, and there's some kind of creator that designed this world, and we don't really know why. And then you try and merge the illusion with the truth, and you try and make sense of that. You're saying it doesn't make sense. It will never make sense. So your job just becomes to accept the simple truth. When you do, you go back home into this awareness. You realize it's just your awareness. It's always been there, always available in the now. You can never really be apart from your own awareness. And all of the ego's illusions on the timeline and beyond the timeline. And when you're incorporeal, people still have illusions. And none of those are true. Okay. So happy with number 6, moving swiftly on then to number 7, but to translate there, it's heaven really. So heaven remains your one alternative. Read that in the original, then the alternative. Sentence by sentence below.
Heaven remains your one alternative to the strange world you made and all its ways, its shifting patterns and uncertain goals, its painful pleasures and its tragic joys. The state of pure formless awareness remains my one alternative to this strange world I made with all its ways, its shifting patterns and uncertain goals, its painful pleasures and its tragic joys. And God made no contradictions. Pure formless awareness of perfect love made no contradictions. What denies its own existence and attacks itself is not of him. What denies its own existence and attacks itself does not come from it. He did not make two minds, with heaven as the glad effect of one, and earth the other's sorry outcome, which heaven's opposite is every way, in every way. It did not make two minds, with the state of pure formless awareness is the glad effect of one, and the earth that other's sorry outcome that is opposite to the state of pure formless awareness in every way.
And so what's he saying there?
Well, the pure formless awareness is my only alternative to this strange world, with its shifting patterns and uncertainty and its painful pleasures and all of those tragic joys. And being in pure formless awareness is made of no contradictions. It doesn't attack itself. And it didn't make two minds. It's one. Yeah.
And you must acknowledge that whatever is not pure formless awareness or perfect love is simply unreal. It doesn't exist. There is no contradiction. Even though it seems to, it doesn't really. It's just a false mind, false awareness. It cannot deny itself. So then, the ego says, well, then how come I'm here? It can't deny itself. How come there's a world? So it makes it real in that way, see? Asking that question assumes that the separation has actually happened. You see, how did the separation happen? How did I get here? Well, it assumes that it's happened, and so then the ego is happy with that because you've assumed that reality is really fragmented, separation is real, and you're going to live accordingly. Yeah? Are you happy with number 7?
Yes. Could I just take a quick break here because it's going to burn the dinner? I've got it sort of cooked. So is it okay, maybe half an hour? Or what? I don't know what. Is there anybody else on?
Can we finish the lesson?
How far are we to go? Because this is burning. Yeah, and my husband's sitting waiting for it. I'm going to be sorry. I mean, 20 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
Is there anybody on call? No?
No one else. So it's fine. I'll stop the recording. I'll just pause it and we can come back.
Yeah.
So
20 minutes or so. Yeah.
So should we say 20 to 8?
25 minutes. That's perfect. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah. Okay.
See you shortly. See you shortly.
All right. All right. So we'll just pause the recording. Stop the share. All right. Elaine, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. I rushed my dinner a bit there, rushing my dinner, so I'm feeling a bit bloated, but never mind. Have you had your tea? Food? Miles away.
All right. So, Elaine, let me know when you're back.
I'm back.
You're back. Okay, great. Sorry, I just had my I think John is maybe going to join us.
Oh,
Probably
good.
not.
Good.
Yeah, he just messaged me and said
Little
he's
help.
finished. No. So we have some support.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Always helpful, especially if you're going into the text.
Yeah. He's good. He's good with that.
Well, he's been away walking, I think. So.
Oh, okay. With a group.
Yeah. They go on these
Okay. An organized group.
long hikes, I think.
Ah.
I mean,
Right.
it's quite amazing. He'll do like 15, 20 miles in a day.
Oh, right. My goodness, he must be very fit.
Yeah. I've never really walked that far.
Well, if I have done it, it's not often.
Yeah, I know I've done a few hikes like that, but
I like to walk.
have sort of stamina. At
Yeah.
the moment, I'm just quite sedentary because I'm just sitting and crunching away.
Yes.
Working.
Important work to do.
It's now or never. I have to get this
Oh, yes.
done in the next few days. Otherwise, it's to no avail. You know, all of
Of
the
course.
energy invested in is wasted. So it's like, okay, well,
So
you
you've
just
got
got to
to,
do it.
of course. All the best for.
Okay. So, shall we go back to start the
Oh, well, yeah.
work? Yeah. Let's so yeah, welcome back. So let's have a look at the lesson again. We were on paragraph 8, I think. In paragraph 8.
Yeah.
It's quite a long lesson, actually. It's 15 paragraphs. So unusually long.
Right.
So God does not suffer conflict, tragic joys. Did we do number 8? We did number 7, I think.
I'd have to have a look. I can't remember now.
Not make two minds. There's John. Great.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, John. Welcome back.
Hi, John. Hi, Elaine.
Hi, John. Did you have a good walk?
I think Elaine's delighted to see you.
Yeah. It was very good, actually. Yeah. It was absolutely magnificent views over a bit of the Pennine Way and
Oh, lovely.
what's called the
Beautiful.
Harriet Way from Hawes and Aysgarth and Reef.
Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Nice weather as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's the best of the United Kingdom, isn't it? That beautiful scenery.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I love that.
Yeah.
I look forward to it when I come back in the summer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, so I just got back this evening. Yeah.
So back in the saddle straight away. Well done.
Yeah.
Admirable. We're on I think paragraph 8 of the lesson. It's quite a long lesson. There's like 15 paragraphs to it. And then there's some text as well if you want to venture into that. So yeah, let me share my screen again. We just took a half an hour break. Okay, so there we go. I think we did number 7, painful pleasures and tragic joys. So
we did,
we're on
yes.
number 8. Yeah. So John, do you want to read number 8 for us?
Yeah.
And then the alternative sentence by sentence. You know the drill.
Yeah. God does not suffer conflict. Pure formless awareness of perfect love does not suffer conflict, nor is his creation split in two, nor is its being split in two. How could it be his son could be in hell when God himself established him in heaven? How could it be that its extension could be a victim and suffer when pure formless awareness of perfect love itself establishes its extension in the state of pure formless awareness? Could he lose what the eternal will has given him to be his home forever? Could it lose what this eternal awareness has given it to be its home forever? Let us not try longer to impose an alien will upon God's single purpose. Let me not try longer to impose an alien will upon perfect love's single purpose. He is here because he wills to be, and what he wills is present now beyond the reach of time. It is here because it wills to be, and what it wills is present now beyond the reach of time.
Okay. So what's he saying here?
Well, it's saying that pure formless awareness, i.e., God, is not conflicted in any way, because it doesn't experience being perfection. It does not experience conflict or separation. And it will always be so. So it's encouraging us to give up our efforts to impose separation on it.
I'm going to try to impose an alien will. Quite like that, we'll keep it alien will, since it's sort of foreign, unwanted entity in your mind. An alien awareness, maybe. An alien awareness. To impose an alien awareness upon perfect love's single purpose. And it's here because it wills to be. What it wills is present now. So there's a way of translating that to awareness. It is here because it wills to be. It is awareness itself, maybe. Is that better?
Yeah.
And what it wills, what it is aware of, is present now, beyond the reach of time. Just read that sentence.
It is here because it is awareness itself, and what it is aware of is present now, beyond the reach of time. Sounds okay?
Oh, I think so. We try to get into the idea rather than some kind of will. The idea that there's an entity with a will. It's just awareness itself. It's the whole awareness, that without which there could be no awareness, without which there could be nothing. It's that simple. There would be no existence without that awareness. So of course it's here. It's the ground of being. It's that which cannot be undone. It's that which gives you, any life at all. Awareness itself. So it's curious that we don't recognize that. This awareness itself that is everything, the ground of being that gives us life, and we live our entire lives denying it. And just in our thinking minds, thinking that we are something else. As that's very curious, very strange world you've made. How can you not be that awareness which gives you life, which is your fundamental awareness? As he says, it's impossible for you not to be, because you would have no life. It's self-evident that you would have no existence and no life at all if you didn't have awareness. So that is the very fundamental nature of your being, without which no thought, no emotions, none of the world is possible without fundamental awareness. Which is why it's a fact. He's saying it's here now. It's ever present. You can't really deny it. And it doesn't understand all these conflicts that we've invented. It just is what it is. Okay, any other thoughts on that?
No, I think it makes sense.
Okay, moving swiftly on then to number 9. Elaine, if you can read that.
Just straight into the alternative.
What's there to translate? Heaven, God. No, so read the original and then the alternative.
Today we will not choose a paradox in place of truth. It's the same. How could the Son of God make time to take away the will of God?
Not the same, Elaine. Today I will not choose. So we're personalizing it.
Oh, right, yeah.
I will not choose, yeah. So read it.
Okay. Today I will not choose a paradox in a place of truth. How could the Son of God make time to take away the will of God? How could the extension of perfect love make time to take away the awareness of perfect love? He thus denies himself and contradicts what has no opposite. And in this way, I deny myself and contradict what has no opposite. He thinks he made a hell opposing heaven and believes that he abides in what does not exist, while heaven is the place he cannot find. I think I made a victimhood and suffering that oppose the state of pure formless awareness and believe that I live in what does not exist, while the state of pure formless awareness is the state I cannot find.
Yeah. So heaven is just the state. Heaven is the place. It's not a place, it's a state of mind. As long as I believe in victimhood and suffering, they oppose the state of pure formless awareness, which is perfectly whole, complete, blissful, joyful. And then I must believe that I can't find that state, that I'm somehow separated from that state, and that I'm in a hellish nightmare instead, where suffering seems to be the order of the day. I seem to be a victim of slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, as Shakespeare put it. And this is what happens when we split our minds. We seem to live in a paradoxical reality where there seems to be duality and conflict. But he's asking us to question and say, how is this really possible? If you are this pure formless awareness of perfect love, how is it possible that you have a paradox? How is it really possible that you have any contradiction to your true awareness? And if we are honest with ourselves, we see that it's not really possible. How can you not be who you are? How can you not have that fundamental awareness? That is your true nature and your life, and that's where your life, your existence comes from. How can you not be that which you were created to be? Surely that's an impossible idea, which is the whole point, isn't it? He's trying to get us to see the impossibility of the ego's belief system. And when we see that it's clearly impossible, then we can dismiss it as impossible, and we no longer believe in it. And then what remains is just the state of pure formless awareness, perfect love, heaven. Okay, so any other thoughts to share on that? And then we give a little summary of it. What's he saying in number 9?
But just a split mind, isn't it? You know, we think we've made victimhood and suffering, but oppose the state of pure formless awareness. And we think we believe in something that doesn't exist. So we're just living in this paradox of in place of truth. Yeah, just a split mind. We're denying
the product of a split mind.
Yeah.
And we live in the product of a split mind. It's quite a thought, really. Okay, so this entire world is a product of a split in the mind, a fragmentation of momentous proportions. We can't even conceive of that normally. We just bury that. But we completely inverted reality in that moment. We said, no, I'm not what I am. And I'll choose to be something else than what I am. And therein is the source of the split. And then we project that out, and we have to make up a world like this that reflects that split everywhere, in which duality seems to be the order of the day. Heaven is denied, state of pure formless awareness seems to be nowhere. You seem to be a victim of this world that keeps threatening you and seemingly harming you. So it's a very strange affair, really. The strange world you made, which we take for granted. We think this is reality, but actually it's all very upside down and topsy-turvy and strange if you really look at it. It's true awareness. Well, what are we all doing here? All these seeming people, bodies, wandering around with various purposes they give themselves, and then in the end they all die. But what's the point there? And Yeshua's telling us very clearly there is no point. There's no point at all to it. The only point, once you realize this, is to let it all go. Let it all go, pass it by, transcend it, and go home. As he says in number 10. So I leave foolish thoughts like these behind. John, do you want to read that?
I leave foolish thoughts like these behind today, and turn my mind to true ideas instead. No one can fail who seeks to reach the truth, and it is truth I seek to reach today. I will devote 10 minutes to this goal 3 times today. Then I will ask to see the rising of the real world to replace the foolish images that I hold dear, with true ideas arising in the place of thoughts that have no meaning, no effect, and neither source nor substance in the truth.
Okay, so
I was encouraging us to leave these thoughts of separation behind, to merge with our true oneness, and devote 10 minutes 3 times today to doing so. And letting go of our foolish inventions that we have created in this apparent world.
Yeah, so that brings us to the point of the practice, the meditation. So you're up for meditation, so we do the rest of the lesson in meditation.
Yep.
Okay. So just making yourselves comfortable. Sitting feet shoulder width apart. Sitting on a chair, keep your back straight. Close your eyes. And as usual, start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clench the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Draw the energy up the spine to your heart center. And on up into the crown of your head. So it's a maximal inhale breath. Just pause at the top of the inhale and scan your mind. So look at any thoughts you're experiencing, you're thinking, feelings, emotions, body sensations, all a result of a world that you believe is real. Right? Your thoughts, your feelings, your sensations all make up the world or the reality you think you live in. And then say to yourself, I asked to see a different world. And think a different kind of thought from those I made. The world I seek, I did not make alone. And the thoughts I want to think are not my own. So it's just a clear intent to ask for guidance in your thinking. And anything that's not serving you, if there's any kind of disturbance in your thinking, anything that feels unpleasant, difficult, challenging, just exhale, blow it out, blow it all away. It's the breeze of your breath, it's the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you rest in this deep peace and stillness. So watch your mind. See, although my eyes are closed, the senseless world you think is real. So just observe as you sit here quietly and you're breathing in and out through your nose. Observe the thoughts that are coming in and out of your consciousness, your mind, blowing through your mind. Review the thoughts which are compatible with such a world and which I think are true. So these might be thoughts of judgment, attack thoughts, irritation. Any form of irritation is just anger, so it's an attack thought. fear. So even a minor anxiety about the future is a form of fear. And whatever else is arising. Just breathe into it. Use the breath to bring awareness. Just a deeper awareness. To allowing Him to come into your mind. Into your heart. Show you a different kind of world. And let all those thoughts go that are unpleasant, difficult, contradictory, paradoxical, conflicting. Just exhale and blow them away. Blow them away with the breeze of your breath. To the nothingness that they really are. Going, gone. Imagine they're leaving you like a dark cloud or black smoke. And you sink below them. So sinking inward into your mind, going deeper into your true awareness, beyond your consciousness, beyond the idea of any separate self lies your true awareness. So sink below the level of consciousness, the idea that you're a separate self, able to think and perceive separately, and sink inwards to this deeper awareness. There's a door beneath these thoughts in your awareness which you could not completely lock to hide what lies beyond. So go into that door now. It's like you're opening the door, you can visualize it. Say, I seek for that door and find it. But before I try to open it, I remind myself, capital Self, that no one can fail who seeks to reach the truth. I earnestly seek to reach the truth and I must succeed. So this request I make today, nothing except this has any meaning now. Say to yourself, I do not value or seek any other goal now. Place anything before this door that I want above all else to go through. So this is the door to heaven, the gate of heaven, to enter into the state of pure formless awareness, enter into a state of sublime, perfect love. And you can do that right now, but you can only ever do it right now. You cannot do it in the past or the future, because those are mental conceptions the ego has invented, belief in separation is invented to keep you away from pure formless awareness, perfect love, to keep you away from the holy instant, the holy aware moment of now, the sacred now, in which you wake up to this true awareness that's been buried in your mind, but can never be obscured. So put out your hand. Imagine yourself stretching out your hand and see how easily the door swings open. feel one intent to go beyond it. Angels or true thoughts, my true thoughts show me the way, so that all my limited awareness vanishes. I have an awareness so bright and clear, I can understand all things I perceive. So breathe in and just have a sense of entering into this door, going through the doorway into heaven, a state of pure formless awareness. Maybe you see some light, golden or white light, if you visualize, but maybe it's just a sense, a feeling of lightness, a lightness of being uplifted, carried into this different place, a different state of mind. Maybe you have a tiny moment of surprise. Perhaps it will make you pause before you realize the world you perceive before you, and this true awareness reflects the truth. I knew and did not quite forget and wandering away in dreams. So this is showing me the truth. I have been seeking this truth for many, many years. Now it's being revealed to me. It's in my mind right now. Feel that truth, deepen into the truth. Say, I cannot fail today. It walks with me, the remembrance, pure formless awareness has given me. So I might approach this door someday, and through its aid slip effortlessly past it to the state of pure formless awareness beyond. Today that day has come. Today, pure formless awareness of perfect love keeps its ancient promise to its highly aware extension. As does its extension, remember its promise to its source. That promise is that I will not abandon you forever, and I will return. And I will merge with you and become one again in my awareness with you, so that the separation the ego has miscreated will not last. This is a day of the unity of mind, my awareness with my source's awareness. It's a day of gladness. I come to the destined time and place where I'll find the goal of all my searching here and all the seeking of the world. Chain together as I go beyond this door. And so just abide, live in the state beyond the doorway. It's the doorway to another world, another reality. Beyond that doorway, there's just a state of pure formless awareness, just eternal bliss. Even if you can get a glimpse of that, tiny taste of what that state is now, today, then you've made great strides. So, nothing else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. For the next few minutes, you're just going to sink inwards. Allow yourself to go into the state, pure formless awareness, heaven, without any limitations, reservations, Surrender to it. Abandon yourself to this awareness. Nothing else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still, and know in this moment, this holy aware moment, that you are God. You are pure formless awareness of perfect love right now. Just as you are, no past required, no future, just in this holy instant, the holy aware moment. And sink into that holy aware moment. Let it envelop you, encompass you. Don't resist it at all. One can fail who seeks to reach the truth. So today I seek and find all that I want. My single purpose offers it to me. Tell yourself that. As you accept this truth, you embrace it, you allow it to embrace you. So you don't resist it. It means you don't name it, judge it, label it, interpret it. Allow it to be you. Just sink into the bliss and the stillness for a couple of minutes. Breathe, relax, watch your breath. And let go, just let the experience take you wherever it wants to and reveal whatever it needs to reveal. For the next 2 minutes of deep silence. If any ego thoughts come in, any paradoxes, contradictions, it feels unpleasant, limiting, contracted, constricted in any way, just breathe into it, inviting this presence of the Holy Spirit, remembrance of perfect love in to your awareness. Tell you that none of this is true, none of it's real, and that only the truth is real for you. No one can fail, cannot fail. Seek to reach the truth earnestly, sincerely, so it is said and so it is done. And so you can just exhale. And drop any of those thoughts and emotions. Imagine they're like dark clouds just leaving you, blowing them away with the breeze of your breath to the nothingness they really are. And going, gone. To the nothingness that they really are. Just pure formless awareness, perfect love arising in your heart and your mind. Feel into it, feel it in your whole body, your heart. It entrains your mind, your energy system into higher frequency of loving awareness. So allow that to happen for you. Another couple of minutes of deep silence. There's nowhere else to go. There's nothing else to do. Just breathe, relax, and be still. Still and know that you are God. In this moment, you are pure formless awareness, perfect love. And this body aware moment extends for the next couple of minutes, deep silence. So just gently coming back. This deep state of connected awareness. State of pure formless awareness. 7. You bring some attention back into your body and the breath. Senses in the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in. Noticing how your stomach rises and the chest rises, and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Scan your mind one more time. And look for any senseless thoughts. Meaningless laments, he calls them dismal thoughts. meaningless laments, sadness, fear, anxiety, anger, frustration, whatever thoughts and emotions are lurking there come from the ego, the belief in separation. Realize that salvation's time has come. Awakening's time has come today. It's a day set by the state of pure formless awareness itself to be a time of grace for me and the world. Say that. And remind yourself of this fact with this statement. Today, I seek and find all that I truly want. My single purpose offers it to me. And I cannot fail because no one can fail who seeks to reach the truth. And that is all I want today. So, on the count of 2, just exhale, blow away any resistance to this truth. Whatever form that resistance may show up, it's not true, it's not real. So you let it go like dark cloud leaving you, black smoke. You can visualize that if it helps you to release it. It's going, gone. The nothingness that it really is. Exhale. And just rest in the state of pure formless awareness. A few moments in the gap between breaths, the gap in mind, enter into the holy instant, the holy aware moment, which is a portal to eternity, to the state of pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is home. So just allow yourself to dwell there for a few moments, connect with this feeling, and carry this peaceful, blissful, joyful feeling with you for the rest of the evening and on into your weekend. So it is said and so it is done. And now on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just look around for a minute to orient yourself back into this world, observing what's going on, looking at any object for a few seconds. Notice that the same awareness, very peaceful, joyful awareness is still there, underlying whatever your sense perceptions are. If you stay rooted in that awareness, then you don't need to judge, name, label, and interpret any of it. You can just let it go. And finds true awareness, state of pure formless awareness. Lessons pointing to the truth is always there. It can never really be denied by you. May wander off temporarily, but can always return back to this ground of being, loving awareness that you truly are, no matter what seems to be happening on the level of form. So just notice that as you look around, that awareness is still there, hasn't gone anywhere. In fact, it can never go anywhere. God, this pure formless awareness, the perfect love goes with you wherever you go. It's one of our early workbook lessons. Still very true. It's your fundamental awareness, so it cannot leave you. It's the very essence of who you are, without which you would have no life. So it cannot ever leave you. Therein lies your happiness, safety, security, peace of mind, certainty, permanence in It's a world of impermanence. So that brings us to the end of the meditation, the first part of today's session, which was the lesson and lead up to that. So would you like to have a look at the text now?
Sounds good to me.
John, yeah. Elaine, you up for it?
Yeah.
Okay then. So today's text reading is section 2, chapter 16, called The Power of Holiness, or translated The Power of Pure Formless Awareness. I think it's 9 paragraphs, so not too long, and I've done the translations. So, John, do you want to start off paragraph 1? Not much to translate there, just sonship will become the extension, holiness we translate as pure formless awareness. So see how we go with that.
Okay. I may still think that pure formless awareness of perfect love is impossible to understand because I cannot see how it can be extended to include everyone. And I have been told that it must include everyone to be whole. I do not concern myself with the extension of perfect love for the nature of corrections I do not understand. Nor do I do them.
Let's say, nor do I make them, maybe.
Nor do I make them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make them.
Yeah. It is their extension far beyond the limits I perceive that demonstrates I do not do them. Why should I worry? Can we just have a look at that in the original, number 5?
Yeah.
It is their extension far beyond the limits you perceive that demonstrates you do not do them. What does that mean? It is their
far beyond the limits I perceive, it demonstrates I do not do them. So they corrections, these corrections extend far beyond all the limits that I perceive. So we make a correction in our mind. We have no idea, the impact of that. That stretches across time, space. The limits of time and space don't apply, because we're talking about just mind, healing of the mind that transcends all the limits the ego has made up.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
So far beyond the limits I perceive. And sometimes we get a glimmer of that. A miracle happens and we go, wow, that's just quite incredible. And Christine was sharing something yesterday. She changed her mind, let go. Her daughter, was difficult, and she could have insisted she was right, but she let it go. And then suddenly her 2 daughters, twin daughters who've been having a feud, connect, and they're going on holiday together, and they hadn't spoken to each other for a year. And so it's like, well, is that an accident, or is it a symbol of the correction of the mind that she initiated? So it extends to the whole sonship, to the entire mind. Any correction we make, well, that's far beyond our conscious understanding how that all works, but demonstrates that I don't do them. They come from an awareness beyond just me, the little me, which is the whole point. The corrections correct my mind into the awareness that actually I'm not the little me, that there is this infinite eternal awareness that's so much greater. And I start accepting that as I correct my mind. So happy with number 5 then?
Yeah. Why should I worry about the correction? Why should I worry how the correction extends to all the extensions of pure formless awareness when I do not understand the correction itself? One attribute is no more difficult to understand than the whole. If corrections exist at all, the attributes would have to be corrective, being part of them.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
He's saying that he's pointing out that we find it very difficult to accept that perfect love can extend to all our companions or people we know. But is encouraging us to understand that when we make corrections, when we forgive whoever it is, including ourselves, we have no idea of the good that can be extended through us doing that. And we don't need to worry about how it happens. Just that it does. We just need to accept that it does happen.
Allow it really to happen for us.
Yeah.
Just an allowance. I don't really understand exactly how this works, but I don't have to understand for it to work for me. I just have to accept. That's the beauty of the miracle. We have to understand. You have to understand things that no human being does understand. Quantum mechanics and how the illusion all interacts, and it's just mind-boggling. But we can just accept that it is so. Okay, this is the truth. I can accept it, and if I do that, then the miracle starts working for me. Corrections start happening because I'm influencing the quantum field, the whole mind of the sonship, just by every thought, every emotion I'm feeling. I'm influencing it in a way that we can't really conceive of. So then things start to happen by themselves. If I stay rooted in my true awareness, then things show up that reflect that. And that's the miraculous process of synchronicity and miracles or corrections. Have this, otherworldly quality because they are coming from the deeper awareness, my true mind, and then they just get expressed in the dream to show us that this awareness we have in our deeper mind is true. That's all they're there to do, really, is to show us that actually we're not hallucinating. It's not all imaginary. Yes, this presence is there, and it has these tangible effects to show us that it's there and that it's real, more real than the ego, which also seems to be there. For those who are unawakened, one sees more of the ego than the spirit, but the spirit's always there. It's just hidden, covered over by your own false beliefs. Okay, so anything else in number 1?
No, it's just a very nice thought that when we forgive, much more can come of it than what we imagine.
Yeah, so the healing of the whole mind. Remember, when you heal your mind, you're healing the whole. It's the whole mind that's healing. So that's the one-ment. and there's no limits on that. That's rippling through time and space. Again, in a way we can't really comprehend because we don't really understand what time and space are and how it all fits together. No, I don't think a human mind can hold that. You have to go beyond the human into the mystic. And the mystics go, okay, well, I can't understand it, so I just surrender to it. So this is not an attempt to try and consciously understand anymore, is it? It's just, I just accept it and I surrender, and I can just experience the truth of it directly. And so I'm not questioning, I'm not doubting, I'm not saying, well, how does this all work? I'm just surrendering to the experience of this presence. Surrendering into the state of pure formless awareness, in other words, and then trust that that's all I need to do. Everything will flow forward naturally from that. If I'm resting in God, to use a phrase, then everything is going to work out in divine timing, in the right order, in the right way. And it does seem to work that way. And I came over, didn't really know where I was. Well, I had house sit for 3 days, and then I didn't know where I was going to go. And then the people said, "Oh, well, actually, we've got a friend who wants to wants some house sitting." So then I came here, and then just one thing leads to another, and I'm going back there, and I'm like, okay, well, we'll just leave it to spirit, just be guided. I'll go where I need to go. If I'm prompted to do something, like look online, whatever, for a place, then I will, of course. But just being guided step by step. So there's no need then for fear or doubt or worry. It's just, okay, it's all been taken care of. It's already been handled, just hasn't manifested yet. So the script is written. That idea says that it's all been handled. The script is already there, and it's just unfolding. It's got to play out, just like the film. To experience the film, it has to be played out frame by frame. But it's already been written. The movie's already been made before you go and watch it. It's just got to play out. So our lives are similar. They're already all there, but it's just got to play out frame by frame. So why are you stressing, worrying when it's already made? The movie's made. It's just got to play out, and then your destiny. That's your destiny unfolding. If you surrender to that, then it's a very helpful, joyful, experience. Surrendering to your higher purpose, and it feels connected and meaningful. And if you resist it, then it feels hellish and difficult and resistant. And that's just your own choice to which one of those realities you're going to embrace. Okay, happy with number 1?
Yes.
Move on to number 2. Elaine, if you can read that. Not much to translate, so let's read any alternative.
I have a tendency to fragment and then to be concerned about the truth of just a little part of the whole. And this is only a way of avoiding or looking away from the whole to what I think I might be better able to understand. For this is just another way in which I still try to keep understanding to myself. A better and far more helpful way to think of corrections is this: I do not understand them, either in part or in whole, yet they have been done through me. Therefore, my understanding cannot be necessary, yet it is still impossible to accomplish what I do not understand. And so there must be something in me that does understand.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
We have we have a tendency to fragment and then be concerned about the truth of just a little part of the whole. We're avoiding and looking away from the whole in the hope that we'll be able to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
The best way to look at this is just do not understand them, either in part or in whole, and that it's been done through us. And my understanding is not necessary. We know that there's something in us that does understand, but not through our separate self.
The peace of God, it's been called, that surpasses all understanding. The Apostle Paul called it that. Because consciously, irrationally, how can you understand that? It's beyond human understanding. But you can just accept it, surrender to it, and allow it to work miracles in your life. I mean, surely that's the wisest thing to do. So by applying this teaching and applying the letting go, you're doing that. You're allowing the Spirit to work in these strange and miraculous ways for you without having to understand how it all works. Because you can't possibly understand that in your limited human form. So don't even try. Just surrender and say, okay, well, I'm going to surrender. I'm going to allow this. I'm going to allow myself to be blessed. I'm going to allow healing to happen, and just step back and watch how that happens, and how the Holy Spirit just guides you moment by moment, step by step, to where you need to be, what you need to do, who you need to interact with. It's all guided. If I lesson 361 to 365, if I need a word, then I'll be given a word. If I need a thought, then I'll be given a thought. If I need just stillness and tranquil open mind, then these are the gifts that will be given to me. And this presence is in charge by my request. So it's not something being imposed on me. I willingly allow it, because I understand, all I have to understand is that on my own, I don't understand anything. On my own, in my own little self, I don't do a very good job of managing my life. That's the simple understanding we all have to come to. And usually that happens through pain. We realize, well, that's not what I'm doing isn't working. It's causing me pain and suffering, and other people pain and suffering. And then there can be a surrender to the other world, the divine world. Say, okay, I don't really know what I'm doing, but fortunately you do. So, I just surrender. I let go of trying to manipulate and control and be in charge anymore. And trust that everything will, unfold exactly as it should. So it's a wonder why we wonder why we so resistant to it, because it's so easy. Saying, look, you don't have to understand. There's not very much you have to do. You just have to let go and allow yourself to be done through. Allow yourself to be guided. Just follow instructions. I mean, what could be simpler? But our resistance to it's enormous. Because our ego says, no, you need to be in charge. And you need to be judging and controlling and manipulating and making a plan to keep you safe and to get what you want and avoid what you don't want and keep you safe and so on. But all of that doesn't keep you safe at all. It keeps you stuck in your victimhood, in the state of suffering and misery, and ultimately on the timeline from birth to death. So it should be self-evident by now that the ego doesn't actually offer you anything of any worth. Well, we have to keep reminding ourselves of that fact. Okay, so anything else you want to share there about number 2?
No.
Okay, happy with that. Let's move on. So number 3. To you, the miracle cannot seem natural. So,
To you, the miracle.
Reflection. Yeah. Okay. So read the first paragraph. Read it in the original for the first line.
To you, the miracle cannot seem natural, because what you have done to hurt your mind has made it so unnatural that it does not remember what is natural to it. To me, corrections cannot seem natural because what I have done to hurt my mind has made them so unnatural that it does not remember what is natural to it. And when I am told what is natural, I cannot understand it. The recognition of the part as whole and of the whole in every part is perfectly natural, for it is the way pure formless awareness of perfect love thinks. And what is natural to it is natural to me. Wholly natural perception would show me instantly that order of difficulty in corrections is quite impossible, for it involves a contradiction of what corrections mean. And if I could understand their meaning, their attributes could hardly cause me perplexity.
Yeah.
So it's saying here that it seems to us that forgiveness, corrections are not natural, but in actual fact, they are the most natural thing in real, proper reality. Or, yes. And we struggle to understand that parts of what we see, or we try and fragment what we see and see wrong in it or perfection in it or try to improve it or whatever, without realizing that we should be looking at the whole, because the whole is contained in the parts and vice versa. And this whole idea of an order of difficulty in miracles is not possible, because there is no, a change in perception is as easily done in a difficult situation, what we perceive to be a difficult situation, as an easy situation.
I can always change my mind. There's no order of difficulty in miracle, because it's not about what's happening on the level of form. It's a correction in my mind, and I can always choose to make that, no matter what difficulty seems to be presenting itself. Which is why there's no order difficulties. But I struggled to get that for 10 years. It was like, because you think that miracles is relating to the physical and the material world. And you think of the laws of time and space, and you go, well, how is it possible for all those to be transcended? And he's saying it's not about that. It's just about correcting your mind in the moment, changing your mind, which undoes all of those laws by definition. And you live in this holy natural state where nothing is impossible, and you can correct anything. whatever the delusion is in your mind or someone else's, correction is always possible. So he says, earlier in the text that a miracle is not limited by the laws that it would seek to undo. We try and understand a miracle or correction in terms of the laws of this world, and we're never going to understand it because it doesn't obey those laws. It's meant to undo those laws. Which is why, miracles will always be outliers, and it's on the fringe of normality. A lot of people find them quite scary because they challenge existing perceptions of the world and their worldview. And maybe it's not so. If this is possible, then maybe you have a distorted view of reality. And, instant healings are possible. People have had miraculous healings at Lourdes, and there's Anita Mojani. It's like on death's door, and then in 5 weeks she's completely healed of cancer. That kind of rocks your paradigm of the scientific materialist world quite a lot. And then people tend to deny it rather than embracing it and accepting it as perfectly natural. I could understand their meaning, their attributes could hardly cause me perplexity. Yes, they're unlimited and eternal and infinite in nature, because they're meant to connect me with an awareness that is all of those. And it's completely logical to have this transcendent nature. They're not limited by the laws they would seek to undo. Okay, we rambled on enough. Any other thoughts on that? Did you summarize it, John? I think you did.
I did, yeah.
Okay, so happy with that one?
Yeah.
All right, so number 4. And then if you can read that one.
In the alternative?
Yeah, there's not much to translate. Just sonship will be extension. Miracles are corrections. Holy Spirit is remembrance of perfect love.
I have made corrections, miracles, but it is quite apparent that I have not made, made them alone. I have succeeded whenever I have reached another mind and joined with it. When 2 minds join as one and share one idea equally, the first link in the awareness of the extension of perfect love as one has been made. When I have made this joining as the remembrance of perfect love asks me to, and have offered it to the remembrance to use as it sees fit, its natural perception of my gift enables it to understand it, and me to use its understanding on my behalf. It is impossible to convince me of the reality of what has clearly been accomplished through my willingness, while I believe that I must understand it, or else it is not real.
Right. What's he saying there?
Well, when 2 minds meet or join as one, they share in one idea equally. The first link in the awareness of the extension of perfect love as one has been made.
Mm-hmm. So whenever I join with another mind, it's that one-ment. The mind is joining and uniting. That's the true miracle.
Yeah.
In the separation.
And the last bit. Yeah, it seems to be a bit long, the last bit.
Mm-hmm. It was impossible to convince me of the reality.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that I must understand it, or else. Maybe otherwise might be better. That's better. Otherwise, it is not true, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
So we try and understand. You see, the thing that scientific materialists struggle with is they can't understand how miracles are possible because it transcends all the laws of reality. You know, all the scientific laws get transcended.
No.
It doesn't make any sense. They say, well, it can't be this way because these laws hold. But they don't always. There's abundant evidence that those laws, while they seem to be the default laws of this world, do not always hold, that they can be transcended. The rules can be bent and the rules can be broken, as Morpheus teaches Neo in the Matrix. He says that you must understand that these rules are nothing more than the rules of a system designed to keep you under control, and they can be bent and they can be broken if you don't believe in them. So I can't understand what is beyond those rules and those laws with the same mindset that made those laws. The significant problems we face at Einstein can't be solved at the same level of thinking we're at when we created them. So we can't solve it at that level. We must go into transcendent awareness. So I can't understand how this all works, how it happens, but I can accept it and allow it to work. And that's what the miracle is. I don't understand it. I'm not in control. I'm not consciously manifesting it. It's just happening because I'm letting go. The one requirement to allow these kinds of miracles to happen is to let go of your own understanding, your own belief that you can somehow make your life better, that you can fix it. You have to let that go and just trust in this guidance. So, it will guide you. It will show you perfectly. So any other thoughts on that one?
No, that's clear.
Yeah. So we don't need to intellectually understand. In fact, we can't. The nature of miracles, we can't intellectually understand them because they don't apply. The normal, laws of rules and laws of this world, which the intellect can understand, don't apply. So how can we possibly understand them? We can only accept them. So you're going into faith and mystic awareness, and then logical, rational minds go, well, that's all a bit woo-woo and mystic for me. I can't accept that. I want plain evidence. I want hard, cold facts in the dream world, in the illusion, as evidence. Well, there's plenty of that, actually. As Rupert Sheldrake points out, they're not being genuine. They say, the scientific materialist paradigm says that these things aren't real, but they're just denying the evidence that's there because it's there, and they just overlook it and they ignore it. Well, he's saying that's not good science. Because science should be evidence-based. Okay, you look at whatever results you're getting, and then you find a theory that matches those. You don't discard the evidence because it doesn't match your theory. That's not scientific at all. It's not the scientific method. So he's saying that the scientific materialist paradigm is like a religion. It's a dogma, which is not evidence-based. It's not upholding the principles of scientific inquiry. It supposedly is based on. It's actually just a dogma, like any other religion. And then in that dogma, you deny things that don't fit the theory. Well, that's not science. That's just like a religious belief. It says, no, I'm just not going to accept that because I don't want to, because it doesn't match my existing belief system. Okay, so happy to move to number 5. How can faith and reality be mine? John, I think.
Yep. How can faith in reality be mine while I am bent on making it unreal? And am I really safer in maintaining the reality of illusions? And am I really safer in maintaining the reality of illusions than I would be in joyously accepting truth for what it is and giving thanks for it? I honor the truth that has been given to me, and am glad I do not understand it. Corrections are natural to the one who speaks for pure formless awareness of perfect love. For its task is to translate the correction into the knowledge which it represents and is hidden to me. I let its understanding of the correction be enough for me, and will not turn away from all the witnesses that it has given me to its reality.
Okay, so what's the
Is saying,
summary?
is asking why we choose to hang on so much to our illusion when we can just, if we just accept the truth as being the truth and not questioning it so much, not trying to dissect it and just going with it, then we will fully understand what it is about.
Yeah. Corrections connect us with the domain of knowledge. Will not turn away from all the witnesses that is given me. Will not deny. So, what I was talking about was, the Rupert Sheldrake's point about science being a dogma. It's really just a dogmatic thought system, scientific materialism, is that we deny all the witnesses that are there, that show us that there's another world, another reality. And the scientific materialist says, no, I just ignore that, and I'll ignore that, and I'll ignore that because I don't want to see it. Well, that's not science, is it? It's a religion based on a dogma. The true scientific method is, okay, let's observe, let's see what's showing up, and then we must find a theory that matches what our observations are. So that's why science made progress, because it observed and they said, okay, well, let's use our common sense and let's find a way to match this with a theory. And then in the last 100 or 200 years, we departed from that. It's just become a belief system, a dogma, and anything that denies that is poo-pooed and said, oh, that's woo-woo and that's false news. And but hang on, there's really good evidence to show these witnesses he's talking about that there is another reality that underlies this one. And otherwise these kinds of things wouldn't be possible. Miracles wouldn't be possible. There wasn't this other reality, and they happen all the time. So you can't just deny them all. If you're being honest, you go, well, if one miracle is possible that transcends the laws of time and space, then there must be another reality. See, that's the equation. So the ego knows that, so it's trying to deny it completely. No, I have to deny all miracles because that keeps me safe from this other domain, which I find threatening. So therefore, I have to engage in this crazy denial and not be honest in order to keep my separate self intact. And that's why we have the craziness that goes on, where they'll ban a, perfectly good, sensible talk by Rupert Sheldrake 10 years ago in a TED talk, and they banned it because they didn't like his message. Crazy. Okay, so anything else arising in number 5 for you?
No, I think that's good.
That it's understanding the correction be enough for me. So it's a call again to trust, to give it over, to surrender. So I'm not in charge of my healing journey, but there is one who knows, so I'll surrender to that presence in me and just let it guide me. It's really so simple. Okay. No evidence.
And the alternative?
Yeah, there's not much to translate, just a couple of bits.
No evidence will convince me of the truth of what I do not want. Yet my relationship with the remembrance of perfect love is real. I will not regard this with fear, but with rejoicing. The one I called upon is with me. I welcome it and honor the witnesses who bring me the happy message. It has come. It is true, just as I fear that to acknowledge it is to deny all that I think I know. But what I think I know was never true. And 8 needs to be moved up a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. And what gain is there to me in clinging to, is it it? It and deny, it and deny the evidence for truth. For I have come too near to truth to renounce it now, and I will yield to its compelling attraction. I can delay this now, but only a little while. The remembrance of perfect love has called to me, and I have heard. Never again will I be wholly unwilling to listen.
Okay, so summary there, what's he saying?
Well, the relationship remembrance of perfect love is real, and there's no need to regard it with fear, but with rejoice. And we welcome it with honor with the witnesses, and the witnesses are the synchronicities. Witnesses, you did explain it.
Yeah, witnesses are what shows up in my dream to show me that this is true. So that might just be a sense of peace, love, joy in me. I've made a correction. I'm experiencing peace.
Okay.
That's a witness. I might see something show up in the level of form. Something happens. Someone comes into my life. I get a gift. I get a solution to a problem that was totally unexpected. These kinds of miracles, and just show me that yes, I'm on the right track here.
Yeah,
I must be doing something right, because there's no accident. That you may start making the connection between the inner world and the outer world. The integral model, the interior quadrants and the exterior quadrants, and you see that they're connected. It's a system. The one influences the other. The mind influences the so-called manifest physical reality. In fact, that is the cause of seeming manifest physical reality, and then that feeds back. You get some kind of feedback mechanism coming from the external quadrants into the mind to say, okay, well, you got that result, and you can connect the dots, and you can see that was a result of your thinking. There's no accident. So then you start to learn that your mind has power. Your mind is actually making up the dream as you go along, which is why these effects seem to happen. Yeah. Anything else? Well, what else is he saying here?
Well, the remembrance of perfect love is called to us, and now we've heard it, and never again will we wholly and willingly listen.
Yeah.
Will we be wholly
So it's an
and
acceptance. It's a welcoming in and saying, okay, I accept this, and I can never be wholly unwilling to listen. So once, we see that with people when they start to awaken and they accept that there's something else and the miracles are possible, then they've changed forever. They can never go back into that very narrow, say scientific materialist paradigm, whatever else they believed before, because they've awoken to something else. So they can never, be wholly unwilling to listen. So, that's good news. It means, we can't go back into that ignorance and darkness again. If we temporarily forget, we'll be guided back. The Holy Spirit will come and remind us again, and we can't go too wrong. It's just there'll be a correction, and we'll be brought back to the truth. We can never lose ourselves again in the nightmare of the ego, of being wholly unwilling to listen. All right, so that is number 6. On to number 7. This is a year of joy. So remember, this was given the time of Christmas, and then obviously New Year's just after Christmas. So it's that time in the year when Helen is transcribing this. So he's now looking ahead to the new year.
This is a year of joy in which my listening will increase and peace will grow with its increase. The power of pure formless awareness and the weakness of attack are both being brought into my awareness. And this has been accomplished in a mind firmly convinced that pure formless awareness of perfect love is weaknesses and attack is power. Should this not be a sufficient correction to teach me that my teacher is not of me? But I remember also that whenever I listen to its interpretation, the results have brought me joy. Do I prefer the results of my interpretation, considering honestly what they have been? Pure formless awareness of perfect love wants better for me. Could I not look with greater love on whom it loves with perfect love?
Could I not look with? I think we should change that, because charity. Remember what our translation for charity was?
Yes. Oh, yes. That was yes.
What was the translation for charity? Do you remember?
Yes, it wasn't gift.
Shall I help you?
Yes. Oh, of course. Yes.
Unconditional. Yeah. So instead of greater charity, unconditional love. Unconditional love is a greater charity, isn't it?
Yeah.
No. It's just more understandable. Because there's no condition, so it's not limited by any condition, so it's greater by implication. We don't need the greater. Could I not look with greater unconditional love? That doesn't really sound right, so we'll just leave out the greater. Could I not look with unconditional love on whom it loves with perfect love? So perfect love in this world we call unconditional love. That's how perfect love is experienced in this world. It's the rarest kind of love. Most people don't understand it. And to love unconditionally, you must have let go of your ego to a high degree, because the ego will not permit you to experience unconditional love. Okay, so what's he saying in number 7?
He's saying that at this time of year, it's useful to remember that peace will grow. Well, it's this time of year, it's good to remember that peace is developing within us. A sense of peace is developing and has been accomplished. Our previous mindsets is breaking down. And we are beginning to understand that this new world is something that we are aligned with, that we do not do it just is. We allow it to be.
It does us, really. That's the key. It does us. So it does our life.
Yeah.
And we just become done through by the Spirit in pure form. And that's the surrender experiment. Michael Singer talks about the surrender experiment. Okay, well, just surrender and see what happens. See how the Spirit does your life.
Yeah.
That's your surrender experiment. And everyone who does this throughout history has said, wow, this really works much better than when I'm trying to control it. And then they become, spiritual teachers and masters, and they say, well, this works better, guys. You're going to be happier. Get better results in this world, healing and beneficent things can happen to you and blessings. And you just feel happier and more peaceful, and you connect with other people better. And it's just let go. Your own little self can't do this. Surrender to this, this transcendent power we call God. That is in your own mind. It's right there. It's your own awareness. Couldn't be simpler, really. It's the wisdom of the ages. It's so simple, but to do it means that you have to undo every belief in being a separate self, and that's why it's difficult. I'm not a separate self anymore. I'm not human. I'm not a body. My past isn't real. My future's not real. My desires, expectations, fears, guilt, grief, pain, suffering, trauma, the whole palaver of human existence isn't real. That's what's required in order to enter into this miraculous state. He's saying, remember, when you listen to its interpretation of reality, that you were happy. It brought you joy. Can I really prefer the results of my interpretation of reality, considering honestly what they have been? When I listen to its interpretation of the world, so he's asking us again to be very honest. Just look at the results honestly, and it's really obvious that your way doesn't work. The results are not good. So give it up then. And give it up and give it over to what does work. Could I not look with unconditional love on whom it loves with perfect love? So it's actually asking us to unconditionally love ourselves. Because it wants better for me. God wills you better. Could I not look with unconditional love on whom it loves with perfect love? So instead of condemning ourselves as guilty and sinful, we perceive that we are just this perfect love. Unconditional love is how we experience that in this world. Unconditional love for ourselves, which means that we are one with our source. And so unconditional love, not like you loving another person or another object. That's not unconditional. That's special love. Unconditional love says, I am one with this perfect love. I'm one with the essence of unconditional love itself. And so I experience it directly when I merge my awareness with it. That's unconditional love, which is the rarest kind, because you have to have really let go of the ego and gone on this profound awakening journey to experience it. Okay. Anything else you want to share in number 7? John?
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Elaine, good. Any questions?
No, it's clear.
Okay, wonderful. So let's move on. Just read the first couple in the original. But to translate there.
Do not interpret against God's love. You have many witnesses that speak of it so clearly that only the blind and deaf could fail to see and hear them. Is there an alternative? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do not interpret it against the pure formless awareness of perfect love, for I have many witnesses that speak of it so clearly that only the blind and deaf could fail to see and hear them. This year, determined not to deny what has been given you by God. And up, I need to go up a bit to read the alternative. This year I determined not to deny what has been given to me by pure formless awareness of perfect love. I awake and share it, for that is the only reason it has called to me. I assume that's the same. Its voice has spoken clearly, yet I have so little faith in what I heard, because I have preferred to place still greater faith in the disaster I have made.
You've got to laugh.
Mm.
The disaster I have made.
Today, let me resolve together to accept the joyful message that disaster is not real and that reality is not disaster. Reality is safe, sure, and a holy, kind to everyone and everything. There is no greater love than to accept this and be happy. For love asks me only that I be happy, and will give me everything that brings me happiness.
Yeah, so what's he saying there in summary?
Well, we don't interpret against pure formless awareness of perfect love, because we have this thing you're saying about witnesses. that only the blind and deaf would fail to see it. So this year I am determined not to deny what has been given to me by the pure formless awareness. And I awake and share it. This is the only reason it has been called to me. The voice is clear, yet I still have so little faith. I prefer to place greater faith in disasters that I myself have made. So today we'll resolve together to accept the joyful message that disaster is not real, and that reality is not a disaster. Reality is safe and sure. There's no greater love than to accept this and be happy. So, it's a no-brainer.
Love asks me only that I be happy, and will give everything that brings me happiness. So he's stating that, the simple truth. Research has shown this. They've done research for 80 years, a study called the Grant Study I've mentioned before, where they researched the question, well, what makes people happy? And there was one thing that they found, and that's love. But a genuine, not a sort of special, might start off that way, but a genuine kind of deep connection with people, genuine warmth in their relationships. So an unconditionally kind of loving relationship was what made people most happy. And nothing else really figured. Nothing else really matters. So they realized it wasn't about money and career success and any goals, and it was about love. Love is happiness, full stop. That was the simple conclusion of the 80 years of study. Well, could just read the course and get that right here. There it is. Love is happiness. Exactly the same thing. Because it's the same source. Whether we call it love or we call it happiness, it's the same awareness that is behind both. Love is happiness. And just don't believe in the disaster you made. I think that's the key point. I smile, there should be faith in the disaster you've made. It's quite humorous, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just calling it for what it is. My life's not a disaster. He's like, oh, yes, it is. You have no idea. You're heading from birth to death down this very narrow channel. You're doomed in this world. And look at all the traumas and the difficulties and the challenges that you experienced. None of that was not perfect love. All but disastrous compared with pure formless awareness of perfect love. But this is what we think is life. The disaster we made is life, to replace eternal life. Yeah, is there any other thoughts on that?
No, that's clear. Yeah.
Okay. You're doing very well today. Just over an hour. 8 paragraphs. We'll meditate on it and look at the exec summary as well. So number 9 then, you have never given any problem to the Holy Spirit.
I have never given any problem to the remembrance of perfect love. It has not solved for me, nor will I ever do so. I have never tried to solve anything myself and been successful. Is it not time I brought these facts together and made sense of them? This is the year for the application of the ideas that have been given to me. For the ideas are mighty forces, to be used and not held idly by. They have already proved their power sufficiently for me to place my faith in them and not in their denial. This year I invest in truth and let it work in peace. I have faith in it, which has faith in me. I think what I have really seen and heard and recognize it. Can I be alone with witnesses like these?
Okay, so what's he saying here in summary?
Well, it's saying that we can recognize that we've never solved any problem totally on our own. We've always had a greater energy, a greater force working with us. But we didn't see it. And during this next year, our job is to have faith in the fact that corrections will happen when we ask for them.
So I invest in truth. It's a nice message. I invest in truth and nothing else. I'm going to enter into the year with a resolve to really apply these teachings and live them. So and we must definitely read this again around New Year in 6 months' time. But definitely worth having another look at this particular section, isn't it?
It would be, yes.
Setting the intention for the year and saying, let me make this the year of surrender, a year when I truly let go. And this is way more powerful than any New Year's resolution. I mean, I suppose it is your New Year's resolution. It's nothing specific. It's not like, oh, well, on the level of form, I want to do this, or I want to change this habit. It's like, no, I'm just going to be guided, going to listen, be guided by this remembrance of perfect love in all my thoughts, words, and actions. And trust it completely that this presence can run my life. Not just in some aspects, but in every aspect. They're trying to get us to give it all over, not have these exceptions in our minds. So I might be able to surrender in one area, but not in another. Saying, no, you've got to do it comprehensively, entirely. Can I be alone with witnesses like these? So we're halfway into the course. He's saying, well, can you really be alone? Surely the witnesses you've seen, the miracles you've seen, are sufficient for you to have enough faith to trust in the presence behind them, remembrance of perfect love. Okay, well, if those are possible, then what more is possible? So let me give all my faith to it, withdraw all faith in the ego, and then I'm on the fast track. That's the surrendered life. Is you're in that surrender, you're one with your true awareness, one with God. There isn't really anything else to do. That's the final stage, the journey. If you remember the 6 stages of the development of trust, and the final stage is a period of accomplishment where you just surrender, you let go into and completely trust this process we call life, that this presence is going to bring you whatever you need to learn, whatever you need to experience, and there's no need to fear. It's just coming in as a lesson for you. Everything's happening for you. Okay, so it makes sense. So yeah. It's maybe just let's have another look at this. This is the final outcome of the workbook, lesson 363. So this is where he's leaving us. I'm wholly aware now. You want to read that?
This holy instant would I give to you. Be you in charge, for I would follow you, certain that your direction gives me peace. Alternatively, I am wholly aware now and every moment. I allow my true self to be in charge, and I follow only its guidance, knowing that it brings me peace.
Yeah, and then a short little paragraph underneath. Elaine, do you want to read that one?
Sorry, I must have been nodding off there a bit, so I do apologise.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're awakening.
Yeah. So
Now,
the ego's
now
trying
you're
to.
awakened.
Yeah, and the ego's still, doing its tricks. The remembrance of perfect love will give me the wants I need to help me. It will also give words I want to help me. It will also give me a thought whenever I need one. And if I need only stillness and a tranquil, open mind, these are the gifts I will receive from it. It is in charge by my request, and it will hear and answer me because it speaks for pure formless awareness of perfect love, my source, and its innocent extension.
So this is a prayer of surrender. It's a prayer of saying, I'm surrendering to this presence, perfect love that's going to guide me. And he's asking us to do that in the text. So it kind of dovetails quite nicely. End of the year, if you were actually doing it in the 1 year, you'd be getting to this lesson around the same time.
Yeah.
End of the year, and you dovetail it. So we'll do that, and remind yourself that this is all you have to do: let go and let God be guided. Trust that guidance, because it knows everything. It knows the best way for you and everyone to awaken and go home, and it's going to show you the way home. That's its only intention. You realize anything else is insane. Trying to guide the journey yourself means that you are denying this presence, and you're keeping yourself enslaved in the disaster that you think you made. Okay, so any thoughts on this? I just wanted to read it because I think it expresses nicely the sentiment here in the end of this section. So we're in the middle of the year, but you can, it doesn't really matter. There's no time, as we know. Time's an illusion. So there's only now. So you can dedicate the next year now to this. Say, okay, well, I can surrender, take it to another level.
Yeah.
And see what miracles unfold. Then you've been in this program now for what, 6 months?
Yeah.
Almost?
Yeah.
5 months. We started end of January or mid-January, something like that. So
Yeah.
so okay, well, let me deepen into it. Let me go the whole way here.
Yeah.
Really surrender. Okay, so I'm not in charge. Only this spirit, remembrance of perfect love, is in charge. Every thought, every word, every action, everything I need will be given to me. And just be willing to do that moment by moment.
Oh yeah, no, I'm in.
Yeah, I know you want to. Okay, so otherwise you wouldn't be here at 10 o'clock at night doing this, would you?
Exactly. Yeah.
We're doing other things. Okay, so then there's a personalized executive summary, which is not that, yeah. So AI's, I upgraded my AI, decided to pay $20 and see what would happen. And it's better. It's a sharper version, definitely. So it's like less than 200 words, bang, pops 250 words, pops it out. So that is the AI's summary. ChatGPT, it's called. So yeah, I want to take turns reading that.
Yeah.
Summarize this. So whose turn is it?
It's John.
Remember, John.
Yeah. In this year of joy, my listening will increase and peace will grow with it. Power of pure formless awareness and the weakness of attack are being brought to my awareness, challenging my belief in their roles. I am called to accept the truth and deny the disaster I have made. I must have faith in the pure formless awareness of perfect love, as it has the power to solve all problems I encounter. I am not meant to solve things on my own, but to rely on the guidance and understanding of the pure formless awareness within me.
I am
Okay,
urged.
on that.
Oh, sorry.
John, any thoughts on that?
Oh, no. I think it reads really, really well, actually. I mean, it's very smooth.
It's pretty good, eh? Yeah. I mean, I feed it. Obviously, I'm feeding it the translated. So I get it to do the translation based on some translation we did last year. So I feed it that. And I say, okay, so these 9 paragraphs that we've done, just summarize it. And then it just does that. It uses the same language and the same tone.
Yeah.
And does it in a few seconds. Amazing. That's so helpful. It's like, there you go, copy, paste, in it goes, format it, done. I think, we, in years to come, we'll go, wow, this is like really, helpful content, isn't it? To have the summaries and.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be helpful to have a summary of the lessons as well? Because we're doing the text, but not summarizing the lessons. Would it be helpful to have a summary of the lessons as well?
Well, it's not going to do any harm, yeah.
It would be interesting to see what it came up with.
Well, it's not that big a deal. I mean, I literally just whacked the stuff in.
Yeah.
So once you've done the translated, it's copy and paste it in and say, okay, well, here's the instruction. And then it just does it and you copy and paste it. And so, okay, it's a bit of, copy, paste, admin stuff, but it's not, I mean, this took me like 5 minutes to do this summary.
Yeah.
Once you've done this, then it's very quick because you just paste it in.
Yeah. Well,
Whereas before it was like, oh God, I got to, at the end of 4 hours of, of session, then to write a summary is like
God.
You start losing the will.
Yeah.
So it's then done for us to summarize it, and then to meditate on it, like to meditate on the whole thing. You remember we did some meditations, John. You was like, it's too long.
Yeah.
To meditate on the whole thing, 9 paragraphs, just becomes too long and laborious. But to meditate on the exact summary is quite doable.
It is.
So then, but you got the essence of the whole thing then that you're meditating on, the quintessence of the whole section in the summary. So yeah, I mean, I'm really quite excited. I've upgraded myself and seeing what this what it can do. And when it's working with text like this, it's brilliant. It's really, 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 good at summaries and personalizing. All of this was personalized. So I just took what I did last year, stuck it in, whacked it in, and it then did the personalization without having to, all of it just does it.
Yeah.
So great time saver, which means we can spend more time reading it and discussing it.
Absolutely.
Or actually editing. So
yeah.
Okay. So all good. Going in the right direction. I'll start including summaries then in the workbook as well. So it's not that big a deal to do. So once I've done the translations, then it's just copy paste, whack it in. Okay, there's the summary, copy paste, and then we can edit it, and clean it up in the actual sessions and go, okay, so let's look at the summary. If anything needs to change, but it's as you can see, it's pretty good. Not a lot needs to change.
Yeah.
Okay, so second paragraph.
I am urged not to interpret against the pure formless awareness, as there are clear witnesses that testify to its reality. It is time to apply the ideas given to me, as they are powerful forces meant to be used actively. I have experienced their effectiveness and must place my faith in them rather than denying their power.
So thoughts on that?
It's very clear.
Yeah, I mean, I think this just makes the text so much more understandable, doesn't it?
It does.
It does.
It's pretty clear. It's like, okay, well, there we go. It's clear language. There's nothing mystical about it. We're not, using all the Christian terms that put people off. Some of the, sometimes, as these sentences that, are quite convoluted. Well, if it's all stripped out, then you just have simple, plain English, stating it in this plain language. And yeah, I mean, Elaine, you're just saying it's clear. Okay, well, that's good. Because for a lot of people, they read the text on their own. They're like, it's anything but clear.
Yeah.
Right.
What is he actually saying? I have no idea. I read it, and I like, what is he actually saying in that paragraph? Or what is he saying in the... People will read a whole section. They'll read it in a few minutes, and they go, what did I actually read?
Yeah.
I mean, did you have that experience?
Oh, yeah, constantly.
Yeah.
And I think actually to have a summary, the way I would use it once it's done is that I'd read the summary first before attempting to read the actual text.
Yeah.
Well, it's studying. I mean, this is like good study practice, isn't it? You read the exact summary first, and you go, okay, so now I get the overall picture of it.
Yeah.
And then I might read, the actual text, and I can read it twice. I can read it in the original. I can read an alternative. So I have 2 goes at it.
Yeah.
And in the translation from the one to the other, there's also a learning.
Yeah.
And so it's like studying. You're gonna, if you really apply these are like study aids to studying this this great work. just like you would study, if you were going to study for exams at college or university, you'd apply some of these techniques, wouldn't you, to really learn it.
Yeah. And I think that would be transformative, actually.
Well, it's happening. These documents are available to you. As I produce them, I post them on the group. They're also accessible from your email. So if you click on the links to the text in the email, it'll take you to this document. Well, whichever version, like we iterate it. So you might click on it now and you'll get a slightly older version, but then, next year I'll update it when you come around. So, okay, there's the latest version. And so, it just becomes better and better. You iterate it every year into, ultimately, hopefully a system that just makes the course very understandable and doable for anyone who really wants to understand it. They can. You've just got to put in the time. It's a 1-year program. I think, really realistically, that's what it needs to be.
Yeah.
To chunk it down in daily bite-sized pieces, then you start to, you don't overwhelm yourself. I think if you tried to, read the whole course in a few days, and it's just too much to process, and you could do it. I mean, someone can read a 1,300-page book, but it's like, how much of it's going to be absorbed?
Yeah.
Just reading the words. I read, when I started the course, it was like, I'd read a chapter, read a section of 2 a day. I think I read a section a day, but it wasn't like this. It wasn't like really studying. I just read it and went, okay, it's something that's interesting, but the depth of the understanding wasn't there. Yeah. I think that's probably the case for most people. So, yeah, I think I'm loving it. I'm quite excited about what the technology can do and how we can put this all together. Use modern technology to learn ancient truth. I mean, isn't that the best of both worlds?
Yeah.
Create a system that really, helps people to learn this ancient wisdom and make it very practical and very doable in their lives. All right, so well, we've done number 2, so just the third paragraph of the summary, John.
This year is an opportunity to invest in truth, allowing it to work in peace and bring me happiness. I'm reminded that the remembrance of oneness has the solution to all my problems, and that I need not rely on my limited understanding. I am encouraged to recognize the truth I have witnessed and heard, and to embrace the witnesses that affirm the reality of pure formless awareness of perfect love. With these insights, I am never alone on this journey.
I think it's time to switch on some lights.
Yeah.
I'll just give me a moment. There we go. I type in the dark. It's like,
Yeah.
So it's actually a very, very simple teaching, isn't it? This is a very simple teaching. It's a very simple message. And he says it in these, quite complex, convoluted ways, and he repeats it, but it's a very, very simple teaching. And if you can start understanding that, then you're like, well, this is so simple, actually. It's not rocket science. It's just a simple letting go and a surrender into my true being, my true nature. That's all. That's all he's asking us to do. Okay, so then we have a reality of perfect love. These insights, I'm never alone on this journey. And then this is what I wrote a year ago. So key message, which is really just the absolute key. It's like, okay, the summary is a little bit more. This is like, okay, what is it saying in absolute essence in one paragraph? So if you read that.
Key message of this section is that I have seen plenty of evidence of the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love in the results of the corrections that I have made. And so I should no longer doubt this power, but accept that it will bring me everything I truly want. Happiness and peace of mind while I am living in this world and awakening to my eternal nature beyond it.
So reality of so that's the absolute essence of what he's saying in the section, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a very good key message summary, actually.
Yeah, well, we started doing this, and then was be like, to write a whole, this was too much. So it was like, okay, well, we've got to get this, very succinct. It's, it's this time at night, it's 11 o'clock, and it's like, we just can't go on for ages. So it focuses the mind. So now you have, you can look at this document and you can say, okay, well, I'll look at the personalized executive summary. I'll look at the key message. And if I don't have time to do anything else, then at least I've got the key. I've got the absolute essence of what it's saying.
Yeah.
Because in the end, it's not the language that's important. It's the message. The language, if you read it, I think, the methodology that he has is by reading it and by playing with your mind and, the convolutions and repeating. There is a mind training process going on when you read it, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's no doubt. But in terms of, learning to summarize and, do what we're doing makes sense. This is how people learn anything. So I'm surprised no one's, are you aware of anyone else who's done this? Like got summaries of it? Or not really?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
I've seen one.
The Course in Miracles for Dummies. I've never read it, but it's sort
No.
of a book.
I tried the Course of Dummies, and it was worse.
Was it really?
Yeah, I just gave up after about a few pages.
What was their prayer? Had they translated it, or how did they do it?
It just was not readable. It was like rubbish.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that could be because I had I was a complete and utter beginner, so I don't know.
Yeah, but A Course in Miracles for Dummies should work for a complete and utter beginner. That's the whole point.
Yeah, well,
It's not a Course in Miracles for Dummies for advanced students. It's a course for novices. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Who wrote it? Is it Alan Cohen?
No, I can't remember who it was. I'll check it out.
Oh, Alan Cohen does have a book actually on there. So I keep meaning to have a look at it. I haven't looked at it yet, but
yeah, he's quite good. He's a little bit more practical and easy to understand. Same with Marion Williamson, The Return to Love. Hers was straightforward language.
Yeah, so I think rather than another book about the course, because there's many, it's just like let's actually translate it into a more, because there's so much. You don't really need to write another book. There's already enough. There's 1,300 pages of material. It's just like translated into a more usable format that's helps people to really get it, learn the lessons, learn the message. So yeah, well, it's a work in progress. That's what we're doing. So thank you for joining, because I've tried doing these sessions on my own. It's hard. It's hard work. when you're doing it on your own, and just saying a monologue. It's much easier when you've got people interacting and helping you through it. So, all right. So that's the key message, personalized exec summary. Would you like to do a meditation on both of those to close out the session?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so just give me a moment to get that ready. All right, so just making yourselves comfortable into your favorite meditation posture. So if you're sitting on a chair, just have your feet shoulder width apart, back straight, cup your hands in your lap, or have your hands palm facing upwards, resting on your thighs. Close your eyes. And as usual, start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So you breathe in. And you notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Clench the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Feel like you're drawing this energy up the spine into your heart center. Put one hand on your heart, connecting with your heart space. Pulling the energy up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. So just scan your mind, noticing any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations going on. Today's lesson asks you to scan your mind and look at all the senseless thoughts that make up this world, the dismal thoughts and meaningless laments, he calls them. So just briefly look at that. Notice them, but realize that they're not you. These are just random thoughts and emotions blowing through your awareness. Your awareness is the pure formless awareness of perfect love. So just let them go, blow them away with the breeze of your breath. Say, I ask to see a different world and think a different kind of thought from those I made. The world I seek, I did not make alone. Thoughts I want to think are not my own. And you exhale. Just blow them out, the breeze of your breath into the nothingness they really are. And you let go of them, you release them. A sense of sinking inwards, downwards to the depths of your mind, where there's a door to another world. Put out your hand and see how easily this door swings open. It's your one intent to go beyond it. Angels or your true thoughts show you the way. So just getting quieter and quieter. You're going to just observe the breath flowing into your nostrils and out of your nostrils. And sinking inwards with the breath, deeper into your mind. Opening your mind to receive these profound words. This is the summary of this section, section 2, chapter 16. which is entitled Power of Holiness, or the Power of Pure Formless Awareness in our translated language. So you can allow these words, these ideas just to drop in to this deeper awareness, into the pure formless awareness that they arise from. Just source returning to source. It all comes back to itself, the alpha and the omega, beginning and the end, are one in truth. So let these words just percolate into your awareness, seep into that awareness like water through the bedrock, just seeping through, dripping through to the cave of your mind, your subconscious mind, creating beautiful structures, stalactites and stalagmites, glorious new beliefs that populate your deeper mind. So just breathing in and out through your nose as you listen. I'll ask you to breathe in as you listen to the words, and then as you exhale out through your nose, then speak them aloud. So make sure you're on mute. Just speak these aloud as affirmations of the truth. So we've read and discussed this section now. We meditate on it in an altered state and affirm these truths so they go in to our minds at a deeper level. So breathing in, to listen. So in this year of joy, my listening will increase. And my peace will grow with it. So he's talking about listening. And as you exhale, repeat those words. In this year of joy, my listening will increase and my peace will grow with it. Breathing in again, through the nose always and out through the nose. The power of pure formless awareness and the weakness of attack are being brought to my awareness. Exhale as you repeat those words. Power of pure formless awareness and the weakness of attack are being brought to my awareness, challenging my belief in their roles. Breathing in again. I'm called to accept the truth. And deny the disaster I have made. Breathe in again. I must have faith in the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Because it has the power to solve all problems I encounter. Breathing in again. I'm not meant to solve things on my own. But to rely on the guidance and understanding of the pure formless awareness within me. Perfect love within me. Breathing in again. I do not interpret. I will not interpret against this pure formless awareness of perfect love. As there are clear witnesses that testify to its reality. Breathe in again. It is time to apply the ideas given to me. As they are powerful forces meant to be used actively. It's a living truth. Sometimes I call it the living truth or the living God. The Bible, it's the living word. Another comes into your mind and it awakens you and it lives through you. Meant to be actively lived. Change your perception, change your experience of life. That is what all true spiritual teaching should do. Be transformative in your life. So I've experienced their effectiveness, these ideas, effectiveness, and must place my faith in them rather than denying their power. Breathing in again, deep breath in through the nose. This year is an opportunity to invest in truth, allowing it to work in peace. And bring me happiness. The moments of perfect love. As the solutions to all my problems. And so I need not rely on my own limited understanding. Solve anything. I'm encouraged to recognize the truth I've witnessed and heard. And to embrace the witnesses that affirm the reality of perfect love. With these insights, and truth guiding me, I'm never alone on this. My hero's journey. Of awakening. I'm never alone on my hero's journey of awakening. Say that again to yourself and feel the deep comfort, peace, the security of those words. Wherever you go, God goes with you. You are guided. You're never without this presence. The remembrance of perfect love is with you always. In your darkest times and your happy times, it's always there. You just accept it and embrace it and allow it to come in. So the key message of this section is really that I've just seen plenty of evidence of the power of perfect love, results of the corrections that I've made. And so I should no longer doubt this power. I accept that it will bring me everything I truly want. Happiness and peace of mind while I'm living in this world. And awakening to my eternal reality of pure formless awareness. Lies beyond it. And so now just give yourself the opportunity once again to awaken to this reality that lies beyond this world of illusion, beyond the veil. Allow yourself to go there, to this deeper part of your mind. There's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still, and surrender into that stillness. For a couple of minutes of deep silence to end the meditation, just abide in your true self, in perfect love. Let this awareness arise, surrender to it. There's nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go. Just rest. Rest in God, it's been called. Rest in a state, pure formless awareness, in perfect peace. Any thoughts arise that seemingly disturb your deep peace, this tranquil, pure formless awareness. Remind yourself that today I seek and find all that I want. Single purpose offers it to me. I cannot fail to find it because no one can fail who seeks to reach the truth. One can fail who seeks to reach the truth. So exhale, blow away all resistance to the truth or blocks the awareness of love's presence, and open your mind to that presence. And just rest here in this deep presence for another minute or so of deep silence. So just gently coming back now from this deep state of awareness into awareness of the body, the breath, senses, the world. And on the count of three, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, taking a nice deep breath in, noticing stomach rise, chest rise, notice the subtle sensations of the breath. Bring your awareness back into body sensations. Part of grounding yourself back into this world. Maximal inhale breath. Pause at the top of the inhale. Smile. Scan your mind. Notice any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations, anything that feels at all difficult, limiting, negative. Hopefully there are none of those thoughts. But if you notice anything, just observe and remind yourself that none of these thoughts are real. Today I seek a different kind of world, a different kind of thought from those I made. The world I seek did not make alone. Thoughts I want to think are not my own. So blow them out. Exhale, release them with the breeze of your breath into the nothingness they really are. It's going, gone. From the stomach into the spine. On count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling. Your hands touching, maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, a smell in your nose, notice all of that. From this very calm, surrendered state of mind, so you bring yourself back into the domain of sense perceptions, but sense perceptions cannot affect you. You notice that it's really just the same awareness. whether your eyes are closed or open, same awareness, underlying awareness. So now on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes, just look around for a minute, observe any object for a few seconds, notice that your awareness is still very much there, nothing's really changed at all. Just pure formless awareness of perfect love there in your mind, and it's there in everything you look at. So look at another object, notice the same awareness underlies that. Again, another one randomly selected, and you see it's the same awareness. So guard this awareness, pure formless awareness, perfect love we call it, goes with you wherever you go. This awareness is always with you if you just know how to tap into it. So that's what I wish for you, a very connected, aware rest of your evening, and a good sleep and a good weekend. And we'll do another session on Sunday evening. So hopefully see you then. That brings us to the meditation and of the session. So thank you, John.
Thank you, Jonah.
Yeah, nice to have you back. And are you going away again next week? Or
Yeah, we go
another walk.
Yeah, we're going on another walk. Yeah.
Okay, well, join Sunday if you can. Or,
I will. I should be there on.
Yeah, we'll do a Sunday evening from say 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll let you know. I just need to confirm what my schedule's like, but it'll be late afternoon or early evening. Okay, so have a good weekend.
You too.
And thanks for setting up that. You said that stop order went off today, did it?
Yeah, it went today. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
All right. Namaste.
Namaste.
Thanks, John. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
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 Okay, so that's a wrap for today. Thank you to everyone who joined, John, Elaine. So if you're not a member and you would like to join these sessions, look down below if you're watching this video on YouTube. And join us for our next masterclass, which will be this Sunday at 7 p.m. So join us then if you can, and just hop along, register, and hope to connect with you in the Zoom room soon. And if you liked what you saw today, subscribe to the channel. Thanks so much, and namaste. Which means the true self, surrendered self in me acknowledges and honors that same surrendered self in you.